girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Yo. Okay. Today we have a Furia. And then we have...
Plans, but
pigeonhole us
I would
like
say
we did with
cool,
them.
personally.
yeah, you're going with Fury. I mean, tell me why. You defend them with your honor. All right, what do you got?
I got my boys. Actually.
Oh, you needed a smiley face.
Yeah, look at that.
That's nice, but it's the wrong color. Cause I'm all crew.
So you
that
guys
is
are all
pink,
crew.
in case you're wondering.
You guys are going for crew.
Okay, look, here's the thing. I am a Kesnet believer. And I genuinely think that Kesnet can just...
You're not a Nasr believer?
No, I'm a Kesnet believer. Like, I did the whole little thing over there with the breakdown. Like, come on.
It's fair. You put a lot of stock in it.
Tell straight breakdowns for Kestet, and I'm like, I think crew are gonna lose.
I can't do that, right? You know?
Yeah. So, but if Furia are to pick up this win, I feel like it would be off of the backs of of what Nasr can bring to this team.
Honestly, what I saw already in that interview, I'm kind of shifting my expectation a little bit here. It really depends what I see in this first game for Furia, but my stocks have never been lower. But after this, maybe they'll start to rise rapidly rather than just kind of being lukewarm.
Yeah.
I won't believe it till I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I'd love to see it.
Right? We could very well see it today. Well, folks, we only got one match today. Two teams are ready to take the stage, and one is going to start the stage with a big win. Who's it going to be? Is it Crew, or will it be Furia? Day 3 of VCT America starts right now. Could it be?
Informação do Liaz que estava tentando marotar o MW, deu a volta e na Ultimate!
A Cru é um time muito agressivo, assim, que tipo, quando vai jogando e as coisas vão dando certo, eles ficam hypados com isso e acaba dando mais certo ainda. Eu acho que a gente tem que parar isso e não deixar acontecer pra gente sair com essa vitória.
Bueno, es un equipo que ya conocemos, lo enfrentamos durante la liga el año pasado y también en el Last Chance. Y creo que tenemos mucho familiarizado con ellos porque sabemos su estilo de juego y nada, yo tengo mucha fe de que podemos enfrentarlo de buena manera e ganar el primer partido.
Eu acho que a coisa mais importante tipo, né, na Cru é o Snitch, né? Ele é um jogador que consegue, quando ele está impactando bastante. O Shai, né? Eles são jogadores muito bons, mostrando sempre bons performances na liga.
Creio que a maior força do time da Fúria é a mira, é um time muito mirudo. E dentro do servidor eles reagem muito ao mapa, então acho que seja isso. Bom, acho que a gente vai ganhar esse jogo porque a gente tá treinando muito, tá se dedicando muito. Eu acho que é isso, eu acho que a recompensa vai ser essa, ganhar deles.
Riot Games Arena, vamos dar início e receber o primeiro time no palco, porque hoje é dia de Fúria!
My money is on Crow. I think Crow is gonna win. Furia got 2-0, very disappointing in kickoff. Like 2-0 and 2-0, I think. They had energy first, so not necessarily the best team. And I think they lost against Crew again after. I think Crew showed more convincing stuff.
Y dice que lo mejor se deja para el final. Renombrados, refrescados, que se escuche para Cruvisa.
Had struggled in the inaugural season, but now here they're looking to turn the page on a new chapter. For Cruvisa, it could be a big opportunity for them to really just get that first win in a regular season that they have been fishing for a long time. And then on the other side for Furia, well, this is a team that's on the rebuild, that's looking to come up with new ideas and a new identity, and today could very well be their day.
Oh no, they got 2 by MIBR.
Oh boy.
For you guys.
Here we go.
Shidak, Argentinian.
Not cool.
Okay.
In Brazil.
Here we are.
Loud, best Brazilian team of all time. Led by an Argentinian. Hear me out. Now, we have Nosworth, Argentinian, going over. Playing in Brazil. Playing with
She's
Fury.
cooking. She's cooking.
What's next? What's next?
Oh, and Crew lost to G2 and then lost to G2
But
again.
he's back now. It's the second coming of Nosworth.
I mean, that does mean that they're
gonna
going to
be
be
good this
champions
time.
because it's been the same thing.
Look, my counterpoint is work hard, play hard.
That is a good point. But in all seriousness,
Were you listening to the song,
Okay, yeah, sure.
But then they
but
went
I really
in
do
playing
think Nosworth can be the guy to reignite
Oh no,
this
it
Fury
wasn't
squad.
maybe
I
playing.
think he's going to be a very vocal member of this squad who can really
Why do I
help them to
confuse
find that new
MIBR and
identity,
Crew?
to start to reinvent themselves. And I think that's absolutely necessary to get themselves out of the funk they've been in for the last almost year now.
And it's entirely possible that we do see a large shift coming in day one, but my expectations for this match is that it is going to be so much, especially with the map pool, going to be about the mid-rounding and finding where can you actually seize those gaps in the enemy play. The duelists on both sides like to get very, very active. We talked about Kesnet finding those lurk timings. So for me, while yes, having that shift would be a great sign for the future, this match to me has always been about getting down and getting a little scratch.
Oh yeah, they play a
Absolutely. I think that's what you saw when these two teams played against each other last year as well. And for me, I'm looking at Heat. This guy hasn't been on the stage in a long time. In the last iteration of MIBR, when he was playing last year, he ended up floundering out, right? He was very exciting, very electric. Many people were excited about him, and then he just kind of fizzled out. And yes, he was injured last year, but now he's had a lot of time to rest, to reflect, to figure out how exactly he's going to bring it to the stage and how he's going to end up being back on this stage in a permanent more role.
The learning is the big thing for me with this guy. What did he learn from kind of parting ways with MIBR, with how it all went down last year, with some conflicts within that team? How is he reflected on himself as a player, and what is he going to now bring into this new roster for him? Because it's not going to be the same deal with MIBR. He cannot have another team built around him because you already have so many resources going to Kesnet. I think he's going to have to shift to being a lot more of a flexible guy, probably playing on that KO role. You'll still have to be aggressive.
You know
You'll
what?
still take those risks. You're still Heat,
Now that,
but it is going to be very different than what he's used to.
Kind of feels like
Actually,
a little bit of what we were
my
talking
money
about
is on
regarding,
nobody,
like,
because both of these
Cryo,
teams were like
ace players,
bad
guys
in
who were like
kickoff.
the duelists on their team, great aimers, migrating into a more supportive role now
So
as
we'll
their
see
career
if
kind of like,
improved.
I don't want to say like winds down, but as they themselves, start to see themselves more as foundational pieces rather than the whole show.
I do think we are reaching a point in Valorant where there are a lot of players that initially came out as duelists that are transitioning into other roles. But I think in this case, of course, we are just going for that swap into MTA. So it's unclear whether or not for me, that wants to be a full switch for him.
But
or
this could
even
be the start for that.
Yeah, or even if they do try to play some double duelist maps potentially on Breeze later as well.
right away, right? The fade, exactly kind of what Mimi you were expecting more so than anything else. And here, this is Lotus, right? So yeah, it looks like I think both of these teams are teams that always stick with the traditional. They don't necessarily go far out in the meta, except Crew maybe last year at the beginning when they experimented with a little bit of neon on this map.
But even then, they moved away from that pretty fast. And I do think it's pretty surprising to see Nabskir actually going back into the sky. Almost every team has moved over to the fade on this map. That sky now not having rechargeable flashes. It makes it a lot harder to cycle util, get info on the defense like you used to with that agent.
Yeah, Sky is way more committal. If you're using a Sky Flash to fight for early space initially, it is way more committal than just a Haunt, for example.
Which makes me think that could be some more of the same, right? Where they're going for these committed forward pushes, really putting it all into MW. That's kind of how you have to play with New Sky.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see at the end of this too, whether Kesnet's going to go for a Raze or if he's going to play a Jet, because a lot of times, he's a great Raze player, but a lot of times he picks Jet on maps where it shouldn't necessarily
He's got the Raze.
I like his Raze better though. Last year, that LCQ run, it was
So
built on the Raze map, it was built on this guy. I think finding a slightly different style. His Jet is a lot like what you were talking about, Chris,
personally
where he's
prefer the
looking, he's flying
fade.
off on its own. When he's on this Raze, you do get a lot more kind of classic style of these fast, fiery execs, and up against MW's era, it's going to be fun to watch.
Let's get this match underway. Send it over to your casters, who are two ranked demons, I've heard. It's Mancilli and Rivington.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Indeed, we are some ranked demons, and maybe not the highest rank that we want. I think we're something like top 500,000 or something. But yeah, Crew Visa versus Furia today is going to be a great series. I think I do agree as well with what the Des was mentioning when they set up the stage. I need to believe it when I'm going to see it. From whose side? I mean, somebody's going to have to win today.
Yeah. I mean, already this is a game that requires the ham horn to be pulled out. So get out your ham horns, because we're about to get onto Lotus and see what these two teams have for stage one. What are the changes? We heard they've both been refreshed. They're feeling good. Some of these lock-ins that they now feel like could be the answer to woes they faced last season. It's all going to be with what they can show us, though. We can speculate as much as we want. And we see coming into this, pretty much everybody on a bye except the two classics, Havoc and Khalil, as they take this A main control.
Walls down, there's first contact, and Crew on the attack will answer first, and that's from the newest IGL Klaus. But quickly, we have trades going back and forth. Havoc instantly becomes the last player standing on the defensive side of Furia and has to rotate all the way from the C to A against 3 players here of Crew Visa.
A tall task for Havoc in very quick play to start off from Crew. No hesitation. They also didn't see too much util thrown back at them as they entered into A. So felt pretty good about taking that space. This one will fizzle out. One last alt point if Havoc can't just kind of deny everything here.
Does want to make a little bit of noise, though. He wants to force the hand out of Crew, who still has utility left to use that. Heat now in a new initiator role. Switching away from the duelist to be that support for Kesnet. We'll be able to group together with the rest of Crew Visa, and they'll answer first in this series.
Furia had the strat that was pretty set to stop Crew there, but I don't think Furia believed it would happen as quickly as it did. As soon as that wall dropped, door was open, but still 2 shots from Klaus, quickly able to capitalize on that space gained. And that kind of just throws the entirety of Furia's defense into discombobulation. No coming back from that one. The Sheriff's still there for MW Zera with the buy. And it's going to be 3 Vandals and a Guardian. Crew is just going to put a smackdown in this round. They want to get through this as flawless as possible. Keep all that money on their side. Pillar push coming in from Furia just to gauge the pressure of the map so far. And they do realize Crew is taking this slow, waiting back on their own side of the map to start here.
The only thing that's difficult there with what Furia was doing here is that they didn't even get the turret down towards that B spawn. Which then means it's easier for Crew to rotate around if they need to. But again, you've mentioned it, Riv. They have Vandals in their arsenal working inside this A site. Usually you'd say it's easier to fight there and move forward, but Noswer is answering back with the Sheriff. Klaus missing a few, closing the gap as Noswer's dog, trying to push forward to at least try to punish Klaus, who then decides to fall back. And for Crew Visa, at least they'll plant the spike over at A.
Trying to identify where some of these guns are, if they can even get one.
Yeah, it seems a little bit far here towards the orb, but at least, just like the beginning of the round, it's a walk contact down. Wall then comes down, Noswer walking through, trying to get wall bangs, picking up that Vandal, and also a Guardian. Changing now the tides, potential for Crew to win this comeback. Door being open to try to fight and clear towards Shree, but all of Crew are holding back at the top of heaven, in the back of the site, although not planning for them, watching the angles. And the last 2 players of Furia looking to die to spike and also potentially save the Guardian or do some damage rather. And they'll catch one. That's Klaus to fall. Conan decides to not give his life away, at least to his opponents.
Oh, that's...
Noswer caught on the heels there, had a Vandal. But gonna go down with that one.
That's very
Furia
close.
putting up quite a fight here in these first few rounds to give Crew some trouble. And those Vandals definitely telling of how Crew kind of just wants to get the wins on this one.
Yeah, and there's that stat right there. First time that was seen Heat as a non-duelist agent. And again, that's that question mark in what was being brought up by Staka over on the Brazilian broadcast. That he's pretty much there to support Kesnet. Maybe Heat will be the glue to Kesnet's opening, but also that's still great firepower that they add into the arsenal of Crew here in this matchup today.
I feel like we're, as we see a little bit of C mound control, we're just in this era of a lot of the fraggers, a lot of the marksmen that we see in our league. Quick shot towards heaven here, like Hens goes back onto an Omen. Heat goes back onto something, kind of just a reset, right? Rethink of the role, but still the same firepower. Leaf onto a Sentinel now, just across the board. Seems like a lot of these players with firepower and star power are getting a chance to reset on a different agent. See how it works out for them. Now into this bonus round. Money still slightly there for Crew to get these Vandals online still, as they head back towards C with a nice little breadcrumb and Shy lurking at that breakable door.
Definitely a change of tempo right now for Crew. They initiated first with the lurk, now regrouping 4 players back in. Khalil able to fall back, but only surviving with 2 HP. quickly moving forward as Nabskir on the rotate with
have the
MW0 to try to get the
Sky
heal back
though.
up with the regrowth in. He'll be top back up to 100, but while you're staying back and healing up your teammates, it gives a chance to Crew to just walk in and get this plant down. Heat gets this plant, they have a Nightfall as well.
Oh my word. Look at this lurk coming in all the way through the back. If they time this perfectly, it's big kills for Shy.
It's gonna be late.
And that's going to ping all players, making it very difficult to hear anything, giving a chance for the flank to happen. Not needed as of yet. Asala Crew are dominating Furia. All 4 kills out of 5.
Converting their bonus.
They don't even need the lurk either. That was just kind of icing on the cake. If they do go down in sight in the chaos, boom. You have the safety net in Shy's lurk. But yeah, Kesnet feeling a lot of these kills to come through. Great defense. The 4K, the showstopper, very close to coming online. It's exactly what you want to see from Kesnet starting off the stage. The fans still there, just building up this energy that Crew can use to keep this momentum, pushing that bonus round to a victory. And now they go back to a little bit of the slow style, reading how Furia may have a defense set up.
And Furia doesn't want to show anything yet. A little bit of shots that came through from the staircase at the beginning of the round for Nabskir, but for Crew, they still have to figure out where the stack is. A very passive setup on the C site for information. A crossfire setup on B and a 3-player stack on A site for the defensive side. As there's that utility coming out, trying to flush out those defenders. The first piece of util on defense now finally gets hurt, and it's the dog coming out from Nabskir. Crew's starting to feel that there's maybe more than just one player around after seeing that initiator utility.
Yeah, I think Kesnet's given the calls. Like, I don't feel like it's safe blast packing through that. You're only entering through tree. Now they start to separate those first holds.
What a big read.
What a nice bait.
Fake being done, breaking door 1 satchel, and already all of Furia rotates out of A, making it a lot harder for them to retake the site now with only these pistols. I mean, there's a couple of stingers as well.
And they push them really
They can't
hard.
close the gap, they can't use that weapon to their advantage. Khalil is the last
Nice shot by
Khalil,
Khalil,
gets
but
1 for his troubles before he falls to Klaus.
Not enough.
And you called it. As soon as everyone in tree on Crew identifies, right, that's util from 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's at least 3 here. Probably some lurkers. You get Kesnet to blast through the door just to pull that A defense off their original holds, get them out of position, and you see Crew crash back in. Really nice push and pull there. That is just key to being able to uproot your opponents in their defensive spots. And still going back to A, they did not fear the fact that the stack was going to be there. So confidence in Crew's plays, they're behind each other. And they continue to take these sites with power. We'll get a timeout here for Furia to reset. Still looking to make this defense hit Crew and make Crew worry about it. The extremity pushes from Furia have been stopped at Mound. They don't get too much pressure, and then that kind of resets. There really hasn't been too much of a push towards A, and you only have the nade to throw from that defensive side, so you can't really set up the C's nade or getting somebody locked up.
That's a great point, actually, Riv, because yes, they've added pressure on the C mount, but on the A side, there was never that big pressure of rubble.
Yeah.
And even though they had those players on C mount and there was no opposition, you didn't want to continue to move forward to find info. You just rotate around and stacked, and when you have no info on the A side either, you could get your players caught there with what we saw, Khalil alone on that C mount, so there's not enough that minute mark utility being used here by Nabskir to try to get that mid-round and call a perfect read into the mid-round, as Crew's doing a great job at that, although on their end on the attack, they've shown a lot of their strategies so far in the first 4 rounds.
Placing swarm grenade. It seems like Furia will try to figure this one out with that push C again, and it is this A strat, the comfort in taking the alt orb, getting to that spot. Klaus gets pit, and they're ready to go wherever they decide to end this round. No, it goes to Kesnet. Oh, I didn't realize he was 1 off. Yeah, obviously Kesnet gets it. So much more pressure added by the showstopper.
And I like that. So off the timeout of Furia, they actually went for the dog for that information gathering. Sees nobody towards that B side. They know the engagement is now towards A after realizing that Kesnet has the showstopper. Plant will come down, but at least Furia's all grouped up together.
Yeah.
This gives them a chance to flood a little bit faster. And for a lurk to happen, actually, it's going to be a full TP from Khalil over at Hobbit. They'll try to break the door and go for a double swing, but there's a lot of players of Crew Visa just on the other side. First contact will be Heat. Throws utility inside the door, and it's just beautiful there. Very hard for Furia to move out. Now Khalil in the 1v1. Elise gets 2.
Last player standing.
Now up to Noswer. Latest addition to the roster. Tapping on that spike. I mean, the players are far. It's halfway. He's trying to full stick it. And Melzer just goes for the drive-by. Easy kill as we have 5 now unanswered rounds for Crew Visa.
Crew comes flying through, and the way they're preventing the retakes must be so annoying for Furia.
It's gonna
the
be
way
out
that Baby Door was held, Kesnet's hugging Baby Door, so as Heat draws the paranoia, Kesnet can still see as they come through. Really, the big mind games. Sight's given a little bit of space, but they're easily able to come around, stop the defuse, stop it all. 5 in a row now for Crew, back to a low buy for Furia. And they're looking for a little bit of A control this time. Kesnet absolutely dropping Havoc to start this off.
And no, the only thing he needed to do for Havoc is try to jiggle peek for some information, but as soon as he jiggles, boom, owned by Kesnet, who hasn't skipped a beat here since their run after LCQ. Now goes for a plant, farming these orbs for the attacker as well as Crew. Kesnet very close to another showstopper, 3 away. And really all of Crew set up on this post plan, playing inside the site as well. Furia, I mean, you're gonna have to try to do something with these Stingers. Unless they get a quick kill or two, those Seekers should not be coming out. But they're getting fully delayed by beautiful utility by Klaus in the end with those snake bites. Smoke coming through, what really can you do?
Waiting to crash.
Yeah, there's just so much delay.
Oh, they're gonna push. Hello.
Try to farm that up a bit. I mean, you've done the damage. You're trying to do the damage. There's just too much in terms of economy. Nice spray transfer, by the way, there for Heat. But there's just so much economy right now for Crew Visa. They don't mind going through. I mean, you'll buy the next round. You get alt orbs if you die. You get alt orbs if you get kills. Even Crew, Heat is already almost at the nightfall.
That was just throwing bags of money at the problem. Honestly, just went spawn and like throw bags of money at it. We're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's ridiculous from Crew, because with that kill, they skirt the push from A, from Furia. Had we not had Havoc go down there, then Crew may hear that push from A. Then they have to respect it. Wait, they could get into our spawn. They're pushing, but since Havoc goes down, Fury is just straight into sight, and the push that did happen A is left too far behind. Crew just one step ahead, whether they know it or not. The shots are making it happen and everything fall into place. Heat gets up onto Nightfall. Klaus, another first blood coming from him.
He walked through.
Opening up the round.
Yeah, he walked through just the one way that was being thrown there on the defense and just decides to creep up and gets an entry like that. This was an opportunity for Furia to get their first point on the board. As the swing round comes in with 2 important ults on their ends and a rifle round. But instantly, as you just mentioned, now they play at a 1-player disadvantage.
It seems like Furia doesn't have any control of that defensive side, right? Every angle, every peak is feeling super comfortable for Crew. And when they do find Furia members, they're just looking at the wrong angle. Here towards tree, and a splash through the wall. See if they can make an impact on A. Furia trying with 4 now.
Things are pushing towards that Baby Door. Shy gets the pick, and W0 now pops up the showstopper, lands it on Klaus. And manages to stay alive here at 21 HP, 3 on 3. As Conan's trying to move in with the rest. Melzer pushing up to the staircase, getting 2 kills, holding the A site. That's back to a 1 versus 1. Conan versus Heat, looking down as Heat. Getting that pick on Conan, look at the wrong area rather.
It's wild. You can almost see the chaos in Furia's retake. While they know what they're doing, they're still not sure of the timing. Where's Crew going to be? What are they going to do this time? We haven't figured out an answer of the last one. They could be doing something wild, and they usually are. These pushes into Baby Door, catching Noswer off. These forces up towards heaven, and they continue to push that position too.
We'll see here. Unfortunately, looking down, thinking that Heat was actually close there, but I was going to mention, to add on to what you were saying, they used Seekers as well at that minute mark. They got some information, but there was no support there as well to help MW0 with the showstopper retake. A little bit separate right now on those retakes as well, and not anticipating the Shy Lurks, which now results to a 7-0 scoreline. for Crew Visa so far.
And this is even one of the first rounds where Furia has Crew on their own side. They were able to get the Sky Dog or Sky Guiding Light and a nade here. So applying a little bit of pressure. But is Crew sweating yet? Up 7-0, you just have to figure out where they're defending and how they're doing it. And that's a good start from Conan.
Yeah. Whoa. Finally, they could start sweating a bit.
Yes.
Not only because they have Heat in the roster, but they're also 2 players behind in this round number 8. Yet Shy still trying to get an opening, trying to get a lurk. Sees the high-low off the contact of the turret, stays alive. Now here comes the other lurk on the A site, where Klaus is trying to move up with Heat. Unfortunately, those numbers continue to dwindle down. It's only fitting to fit the script that we currently have here on a 7-0 scoreline with these 2 teams.
30 seconds.
Heat gets a timing. MW0 falls, but there's still a player at the top of heaven. And he's playing it alone. Getting off the spike, hurt the footsteps, but couldn't look up on time. It's up to Shy now. It's gonna be difficult. There's 15 seconds left. I think that's pretty much it. You're gonna have to save here, and we stick to the script.
Yeah, money's still there for Crew. The 7-1 comes in, and we look at what this means for the future rounds. Is this fight coming in? Havoc ready? No, maybe not. Next time. We see what this might mean. The lockdown is there. The pit for Conan coming up with a good amount of frags this round. Havoc, 1 to boot. Doesn't matter, already has it, but he'll put the KDA in his pocket. Now they have a retake ability, and this needs to get through Crew's economy, right? We just talked about how much bank they have. And these big opening frags from Conan set the pace of the round. The first round that Fury was able to dictate. Another reason Naswar was able to get a kill over at Stairs, because Crew did not have the initial setup they usually do.
I like the call. It looked kind of weird, maybe from our perspective, that Shy just went in at 1 second left to die, but you're getting 1900 in terms of your bonus instead of 1000, and at the same time, it was probably a call from Cloud to say, hey, you could die, we could try to control an orb and give you an ult as well, and you'll have 3 strong ults to really try to cycle those for the rest of the half. And you could definitely see it here. Crew trying to focus towards that B main, but could late pivot towards the door if they want to, because they have the turret to watch this C mount push. Shadows traveling. Instead, it's a full pivot back towards A.
This is a new look Fury is getting now, but they're responding really well with their hold so far. Backing up to play it safe and quickly skirting in to breakable. MW0 repositions a little. See, previously Crew would have had 1 or 2, a few kills here when this wall drops. But this is what Fury is doing a lot better now here, trying to make this a 7-5 first half.
And they also want to try to pull these defenders out towards this A side, so potentially Kesne could get an entry with the showstopper towards B. Then you could break the door, finish towards that B site. Instead, you don't use a showstopper, but you still try to open that door and finish there towards baby door. There is that showstopper being heard. Kesne holding it back, but as they're trying to escape, there is the pinch on the other end. And Furia players on the defense are falling down like a house of cards. There's only Khalil left. Yeah, they're going everywhere they want. They're going everywhere they want.
He comes back. What is? They're just playing mind games, man, silly.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Yeah, Crew Visa seems to have any entry that they want here. Either it's working towards this B site, A, slow pushes towards C. There's really no answer yet to Furia, but I think it's to what we were mentioning before at the beginning of this game. In the 4 rounds that we've seen at the beginning of this game, there were so many different looks that we've seen from Crew. It was or pushes for Rubbles, some lurks, doors not breaking, Shy gets a backstab. So Furia's consistently guessing this whole time.
In round 9, as I poke the screen, round 9, they go towards B to start, to mess things up a little bit and leave Kesnet there as the breadcrumb to then be the attack later. Almost the spearhead of the attack as he opens up with first blood, finalizes with 3. And a save here from Khalil. 8-1 now as Crew starts with a punishing 8 rounds. Only to be stopped just a few ago, but take it right back in their favor. Yeah, so tough to cover all these angles. Again, Crew just a little faster on the timing than Furia is even expecting. That's why it's just blindsiding every one of these members. That lockdown is still there. Need LMS from Havoc here to be last man standing so they can get this into positions, play a little bit of retake. It is going to be a judge by with some Vandals. And they still won't get too much rubble control. Pillar, just a default now from Crew to read kind of this portion of the first half where they're not sure what Furia might do on a buy.
Yeah.
They're gonna go A
as
towards
well.
B
Maybe
then?
potentially Nabskir could be the one fixing NW0 right now in this current iteration of Furia. But they haven't really been sticking together like glue here at this point. And as I say that, there is that pivot, a walk contact, there's noise being made. Melzer's playing it close. Does have support as well from Shy. So for Crew Visa side, they're just trying to play the bait and try to force them out. He gets the entry.
Gosh.
He gets the entry with the spike on his back. That's how much confidence that they have right now in this game for Crew Visa. No matter where they go, they're winning every single duel as well. He then gets another one. Oh, actually, it's traded out by Shy long range.
It seems like a little bit of desperation plays. Everybody's trying to get that kill, but still Crew is thinking about that. They're guarding each other. They're not making the mistake that would allow that kill. And Furia falls to the wayside in so many 1v1s that last the trade, as you said. And now they push MW0 here.
I mean, I was going to say pad some stats if you get more judge kills. I'd like to see that a little bit more from Furia. There's only a couple rounds left here in the half, and they've been trying to play very meticulously, trying to read how Crew's currently playing. I'd like to see maybe sometimes don't give them that respect. And see if sometimes if you're just going to run as a death ball, if you get those trades in, that could give you a lot of confidence to start something. Ignite a spark now for your first half, for your first map, and your opening game here at the VCT Americas in 2024.
It's really coming down to flicks and firepower at this point. I mean, we go back over the roster and you see the additions, right? Heat is in there now. That initiator has just as much frag as you would want on your duelist. Kesnet's there being the duelist. Klaus has the opening kills of the controller you wouldn't expect because the team's with the Viper at that point. It's not Klaus lurking, it's Klaus being on the front of some of these strats with everyone at A. So yeah, Crew is finding the firepower everywhere they need it here, and it's just stunting Furia at every entrance. Timeout. Furia to reset once more here for your first half. And a 9-3 is still possible as they get some buys in here with low armor in. Khalil's got that Sheriff. The lockdown still to be used, which shows you the speed one that Crew's playing at, how much they keep flexing Furia back onto low buys. But the round of that I was talking about where they're playing with speed, Fury is not in position to say, yeah, lockdown will be good here. No, we already lost one or two. We can't afford to use it this round. They literally aren't getting the chance to use it because Crew is decimating.
Yeah. And those chances need to be given as opportunities by winning these single duels. There's a lot of these moments where even Crew activates early control of lurks and opening attempts, yet still being won on the attack side here of Crew Visa. And off this timeout, 4 players now on this A side. Heavy rubble control attempt. Maybe even positioning just like the piss around, but yes, it's definitely going to be the paranoia rubble control start one way. But look at what Crew's doing, just running in. Although there's an instant rotate from 2 players of Furia just by the Hobbit door. One being damaged, forced to fall back, healing up, locked down, potentially in position towards the waterfall, but he's going to be alone here for Havoc, and he only has a Sheriff to defend this with.
Man, silly.
All right.
Okay,
Nabskir answers back at least. That's 3 on his own. Pulls out the Seekers. One of them will potentially get detained, though. As he makes it out on time, that's Khalil.
Just enough.
And Melzer.
2v2.
Both Omens alive. 1 TP coming out from Khalil. Instantly gets canceled. So they have information of where Melzer's at. Nabskir inside the pit of that B site. Trying to get the tap on the spike, but Shai's just watching the main. 1 versus 1, they have info. The alarm bot's there too. And now Shai's just gonna play the time, but that's a nice shot. That's gonna make him guess a bit. Shai's gonna have to play a little bit more patiently, and now there's not enough time.
Not at all.
10-1 to the scoreline for Crew Visa. Flying away with this game.
Second round that Crew decides to hit B, and this time it is fierce. They do not stop. Once they get that U-tilt broken, Melzer TPing into sight, being able to cover the other enter. That's Rinse and repeat here for Crew on a lot of these rounds. And the games that Shy is able to play to secure this one on to Khalil. We go to round 12 now of the first half. Nightfall's here for Heat. They were able to get the lockdown used and whatnot. MW0 with ultimate to push back at first. Mountain control is going to be the name of the game to start. It looks like Crew wants to fight it.
Melzer just went for a jump spot and saw Khalil trying to play the off angle on the left side of Mound, and now the smoke comes down on the attack, and that control that you're trying to bring, and the surprise attack from Furia, potential will get stopped. You saw NW0 was tucked in behind those wooden boxes, getting rid of the showstopper in case there was a heavy pressure from Crew. Yet they open the door, they're trying to create some sort of paranoia and try to pinch and push aggressively. Nice little change, what we wanted to see. Yet Klaus is doing the same on the other end. Beautiful angle held by Havoc. They finally score first in a round with a player advantage.
Into C they go. Finally stopping Klaus on the lurk.
Nice splash to allow MW0 to come out with the showstopper to connect with two. That spike down. One player left alive, Melzer, low HP, against a full roster, and a silver lining for Furia. They end the half with a flawless, but trailing behind by 8.
Switching sides.
Crew came to play today. I don't know if there's much more to say there. Really controlling the first bloods, dictating how the rounds are going, and they let Furia know this is not going to be an easy series.
Yeah, definitely not. At this point, too, Crew Visa again had full control of everything going around on their attack side. But I'd like to think that now, like Lotus, if you're playing in those compositions that, you know, Bala said it's more traditional, you might see some life coming out of Furia on the attack, right? So at least as we're trying to wait to see what's going to happen ahead of stage 1, we sat down with Melzer to get his thoughts on the Crew roster changes. So let's see what he has to say.
Fue el cambio porque yo me sentía un poco incómodo siendo rol de GL y estaba afectando un poco mi desempeño, según mi opinión. Y Klaus también estaba dando muy buena idea, entonces creemos que el rol de GL se veía bien para él y para mí soltarme un poco y poder desempeñarme mejor. Y la incorporación de Hit es por una lesión que tuvo Motita en su muñeca. Creo que la incorporación de Hit agrega mucho firepower y experiencia. Creo que eso es lo que lo identifica más. Ha tenido muy buen desempeño, tiene muchas buenas propuestas y tiene mucha calma al momento de jugar, que viene de la mano de la experiencia que trae.
Yeah, and definitely you see the results so far this first half, and he contributing quite well. Yeah. Maybe not at the top of the board, but that's not his role. He's not going to be the one trying to get the entries for the team, right? But his assist factor is there.
And it's crazy. It's not crazy to see. It's good to see that role change can be there mentally as well. That He's not being like, no, I'll push up again. Let me be that first to peak. No, it really is syncing up well for Crew and how it's supposed to work on paper and in the server.
Hey, brother. I mean, you got to be focused when you got to lurk, right? I kind of like this. When you're actually really close to that monitor, if you're looking at the bottom left of what we're talking about here, what Shy is currently doing is your focus is now, I have to have the perfect lurk, which means I don't need to focus on my minimap. I know my pathing that I have to do. I'll get that backstab.
You're basic. What doesn't look the same in front of me? Oh, a shoulder broke that angle. Boom, shoot it. You're seeing that. Pixel perfect. We'll see what they can do to keep it going because, man, it has been working so far for Crew. 10-2 on that first half and in dominating fashion to simply run the same strats, really default it up until that first blood comes through. And then it wasn't even a first blood. There were a few 1v1s that would happen. Then Crew gets their trade on the rotation, the way they were controlling Furia's retakes. It's not fun to play that type of game. So let's see if Furia gets to play here on attack side. As we get back into this one, round 13. And just a few seconds left before they hop on. Ghost, Sheriff for both sides. Not the Sheriff, though, on side of Crew. Just Ghost across the board almost. As Klaus looks to keep that armor for himself.
Yeah, definitely looking to have a little bit of utility here on the defensive side of Crew. So they could try to push some players back on the aggression that's attempted by Furia. But Kesnet, first blood. Smelling more players on the other side of this wall and trying to chase him down. And Nosware was labor kills, but manages to get a second one at the Shy.
Quick 2v2 in the door, or 3v3 rather, and the door is open to tree.
Yeah. While all of this happens, though, I mean, Khalil gets a 1-for-1 too, but given the time, for the attacker side to rotate towards A, open a door, get a plant, but they're double pushing towards spawn. I'm liking this. It might catch these two players up through off guard. Just around the corner, it's Kesnet and Melzer scaling back up towards the staircase.
One smoke, one blast pack.
But he'll isolate now. Well, he was looking to be isolated on two different 1v1s.
Last player standing.
As Havoc lands that shot, Melzer looking for one towards the back of the side. The dink is not enough.
All right.
Furia, they score the pistol round, and this might be what they needed here
to
bring it back on the second half.
The pistol round, a must. The rest of them also a must. They do not have much of a chance here to let any of these go. Gotta keep crew down in that money hole. See, good guard here onto B. The Fury was backing each other up, expecting at least a little bit of pressure to happen at B, if not the lurker be there in the end. And that's, yeah. They are breathing a sigh of relief on this. They can still look at Lotus as something they need to hit.
Yeah.
All right. Back in spawn as we would expect, second round. Avoid all the utility and any zany pushes from crew. But still quite spread out here. Furia is taking space.
This is big. Shy breaking that dog, and they'll just think, okay, he's the Killjoy player playing C site. Nice little dink at least comes out from Havoc, but they don't know about this. The other three players inside the smoke, and finally they do when you hear those jumps coming across. Kesnet was able to get one fight, and somehow Havoc still gets dropped by Melzer.
Numbers game. He said, I saw 3. They said, okay, we run. Now towards A. Shy's jumping into Yeah, that's going to be tough.
He's done so. At least the rotates coming out from crew.
Yep.
There's lurks around. And also, at least when they got that pick on that C site, there was no weapon upgrades apparently available for crew Visa.
Yeah, just a sheriff coming down from Shy as he detected all those members now trying to get this retake. Klaus, Melzer, and Heat.
Taken out.
Should be easy now to close out the round, especially with Nasra on the Vandal. Running away to the last two players, realizing they can't really get the surprise factor.
Player standing.
Heat went all the way back down.
Yeah.
To pick up a sheriff.
Yeah.
See if he has it. Make that damage. Ooh. But it's clean. Pretty decent there for Furia to convert the pistol round.
Nicely done. Still have that Vandal. Sheriffs were there. It looks like they're going to go straight in on this bonus too. Feeling good about that buy with what they're able to bring in from second round. And this has to be kind of Furia going for the alt orb game, using every advantage that they can get to get these rounds. Because they have to expect crew's going to try to play just as fast. Already an Odin from Klaus getting a little funky towards tree. And Pillars is the name of the game to start. So a bit of the pistol round strat from Furia, but do they commit is the question, and it's a no. Just that util mess. They find that KJ has a bit at B.
It was a deep alarm bot that was placed there by Shy, and then also forced Melzer to throw the paranoia out early towards the front B, which means he has no util towards the C site. Seems like Furia recognizes it, as they'll flash and try to gain pressure, gain control of Mountain, and they'll be able to do that successfully. Prowler now on the defense, thrown by Crew Visa. Havoc now connected by that. Both Nanostorms out too.
They're taking a lot of space, but then they're giving it up, and that space isn't anything of the site. They've received a bit of util back. The Haunt detects towards A. This is actually great timing to move up for Furia. And they should have numbers over towards the right side. A little bit of a reset on the defensive. We'll make it a 1-2-2. Uh-oh. Actually, the pinch to baby door here.
It was a jump spot too that spotted him and allows for him to set up with the Odin, but the flash, he gets hit by it. Still has support from Kesnet out towards the baby door. Shy now the second one trying to run through, but he gets stopped by a snake bite thrown on the attack. Still one more player inside. There's 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going backwards.
What are
right
they
back
doing?
at the Shy, and they fall. And there's only 2 players left with 13 seconds left. On the side of Furia, spotted by the turret. Shy playing the off angle. Trying to at least deny the plant. Nasra attempting it. Now a nice little kill by Conan. The backstab there from Shy, and a 1v1 on both ends.
And they saved that bonus.
Getting the defuse. And they get the first round on defense.
Hey, almost had it. If you never commit, neither can they. Almost to be at the last second to stretch Crew thin, but so much indecision in that round. A lot. They went towards B. They fake B, and you get Crew to rotate out of their positions. That's great. Furia backs up. All right. C is a bit of a focus. They util around C, but never get past Mound, and a lot of everyone's util has gone on both sides. And then the A hit just gets all muddled up in tree. That is not the round Crew Furia wanted to continue this second half with.
Cannon planted.
We saw the hope that came out as well when Furia won that piss around. Players were vocal there on the attack side of Furia. Nas were being very vocal as well, adding a little bit of leadership too. Under the new banner of Furia. Yet potentially could be deflated now as Crew is now 2 rounds away of winning this first map. Going back into the early pressure on the C side for Furia. They have Seekers to work with. But again, just a trade of utility. Seeing the paint shells coming out from the C side, and they know. They looked at that, at what's happening on the top of the HUD. They know that Kezen has a showstopper. They're going to avoid that right away.
Seekers out.
And the Seekers out to push towards the A site. But all this spam of the Odin gives so much time here for Kezen to rotate across towards A with the showstopper ready. That reopens the door, but Shy gets dying towards B. An opening, an opportunity for Crew to move inside B for the plant. At least MW0 dies from the showstopper. He trying to walk forward. Khalil was trying to walk that angle, and thankfully, we didn't move too far out. There's still some players alive, but playing quite passively here. There's a potential crossfire setup of Furia out towards this A site. Khalil will be first contact. Kezen and Heat together. The Odin spray connects on the Conan. Melzer gets the kill. The trade from Kezen now, and the disadvantage is on to Furia. Back to the IGL and an LMS against Kezen. Gets the shot as well. And will manage to salvage a round for Furia.
That's incredibly big. That's game point for Crew if they grab it. Nas were all the weight on his shoulders. IGL fragging.
Yeah.
Getting the kills in 17 and 11 for the IGL here from Furia. In this play, and it was strength as a team for Furia, right? They still do a bit of the A play. They don't worry about pillars. Baby door, breakable rather, is the answer. They flood through, they get the site as a team, and they're not trying to do kind of a 2 util trick game, or not trick, but just having 2 people flash and then trade or do this. Everyone back each other up there. That was hard for me to say, sorry. All right, 11-5 now in this one. Crew's gonna call the timeout. They realize a bit of momentum's there for Furia, but there needs to be a discussion apparently just what coach is seeing, how they can reset, and what they need to do to make sure Furia doesn't get any more here. Maybe on this one, since it's Crew on a little bye, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But for these further rounds, they should have the ultimates up, especially Heats.
If anything, on the last round, Crew had perfect reads on everything until there was a slight over-rotate from Shy.
Yeah.
That was going to try to support towards the A side at the staircase, but you can definitely see that Furia, despite them trailing so far behind, the game plan is still there. Force these rotate outs of these positions and faking these parts from C to A, going back through that breakable door, catching players off the rotate. So they have some sort of a game plan as well to continue that type of pressure. And Crew potentially now calls a timeout to answer onto this. Potentially won't be this round though, because they're on a thrifty buy, the strongest weapon being a Guardian in the hands of Kezen. Sometimes that's actually good enough in the hands of Crew. And as I say that, the wall bang onto Conan. How does that happen? Now 4 players are going to try to move forward, and Havoc, he's got a sixth sense, and he has to grab this spike to meet up with his teammates. But as he's running back, the players are closing in on the defensive side of Crew. Oh, he's going to hear so much.
Elephants.
Yeah.
Stampeding through to B. And then look at pushing spawn.
Exactly. And that's where Melzer is currently waiting with the Sheriff and still connects there. Headshot into MW0. Havoc with all these footsteps heard though, he's going to engage for a backstab. And so far has a good timing. Should be an easy one here against Klaus. And he'll get info for the other 2 players that they're scaling back towards heaven.
Oh, he's going for a walk.
Little walk in the park. There's that headshot. Now closing out, swarming out from the paranoia being thrown on the attack from Khalil. Crew's surprise on that first blood might be the only positive thing to get out of this round. Furia looks pretty good to close out this round. Although labored once again, Heat getting 2 kills out of that, escapes with a Vandal and a Nightfall for the next round. Yet Furia still
And
gets
again,
the round no matter what.
6 now for the side of Furia. We did see, we talked about it on their defensive side, that they didn't really have map control to start the extremities. They don't have the C's nade, they don't have a lot of things that would make Crew care as attackers. But now Furia gets to play their own game using the utility where they prioritize, and they are able to route Crew based on how they're playing the map. The shots are coming in the site. It's been 2 very different haps in the sense that Crew had absolute firepower to win their rounds. Furia is playing that organized game of strategy right now and finding the fights in sight and trading each other. Here towards A, still have a lurk towards pillars. This is a big push from Melzer that could start to give this info that the A collapse is good from Crew.
That Nightfall on the defense gets so much info. That's Conan to fall first.
Yeah.
A couple of them now being deafened. Still trying to hold towards rubble. There's at least Havoc that's able to slip across the defense and is trying to find a backstab. Seeker's getting info on 2 players towards B. He's being watched now. He catches it off guard. And now a TP towards upper B. Showstopper out in the attack used by MW0. Trying to clear out towards A. He trying to run across and he's able to get the contact on the first kill and finally eats the rocket from behind. In the process though, Shy, I mean all of Crew so far are finding these timings. An immediate trades after losing a couple of players. Lockdown has been initiated here for Furia. So that's gonna run the clock down off that spike.
Turn out.
Melzer will have to try to open the door, try to keep the players at bay. When we'll be able to throw the paranoia, pushing them back towards A site, where MW0 just won against Melzer, and Nasr won his own 1v1 as well. That was an important round here, Riv, because the economy was low for both of these teams, and definitely if it was going to be Crew Visa's victory, it was definitely going to be map over.
Furia, the 5v4 conversion on that too. I believe it was Klaus that opened up the round for us, and then Furia still able to get in, get the lockdown plant. And yeah, that pushback gives him just enough time to set up. Nasr as well, on one right now. 21 and 12, has not slowed down. Last time we checked in, it was 17 frags. So just collecting heads right now as they go towards C. Furia feeling the momentum right now, and they're going to keep pressuring this low by Melzer again with the Sheriff. Just doesn't stop.
He's on fire.
Takes down the duelist, eats a paranoia, and is able to TP away, so you'll take that for 1 Sheriff shot, 1 body, and an important piece of util on the attack for Furia. So you do have this eco. Hero rifle for Heat.
Placing swarm grenade.
With this Vandal, Pain Shells pushing Havoc away, he eats the majority of that damage.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
It's forced to fall back and regroup with his teammates, especially now that the turret's down. Furia now moving towards the A site because they've lost control on both C and B at the beginning of this round.
And Melzer has done so much for the team already this round. Any blast packing in is now snuffed out, and you see how tentative Furia walks up now, trying to figure out where this slew of Sheriffs could be that's hiding on the other side. A lockdown? Oh, they feel like they might be too close after that goes down.
I mean, you might still be able to use it here. They just want to make sure they don't get the pressure from the staircase, and an instant trade comes out. Heat again still has his Vandal, and Kesnit with the Guardian waiting for a slow lurk to happen from the B site.
Nice shot.
As he escaped though, Conan's able to get the headshot onto Melzer. Kesnit going to group up with Shy and Heat. Dog coming out on the attack. Heat could not connect on the surprise kill. Attempted onto Havoc, and as he re-peeks, he gets picked. But there's the push from Kesnit, the Guardian, and the Sheriff of both Kesnit and Shy. Puts Crew Visa
That's
at that
the
point.
OT.
Furia has just been on the edge of that happening on each of these rounds, staving it off, staving Furia's waterfall into sight, retakes until this finally. They find it on the low by still. It's been so close. And Melzer, this opener on the round, you saw how slow Furia played after it. Came down to the post plant, and yeah, Kesnit saying, we got this. We calm down, we're good.
Oh,
Comet had the read. knowing that nobody was on B, had a chance to even wallbang late now to prevent the spike from getting planted. Melzer trying to push even more forward in round number 20. Gets stopped now by a boom button. Really, it's only him with a one-way smoke doing so much work anchoring the C side. So as they push back towards front B, there's 3 players from Crew Visa waiting right there for Furia. And they're denied entry.
It's one of the tough things.
Scout destroyed.
I don't know, the Sky, right? If they're going to take Mound, let's just go over that as they slowly take this. They're having trouble taking Mound there with that one-way just. You can Skybird over, but it doesn't tell you how many are there. If you haunt over, you might be able to get a ping. You might be able to play off a little more with a Prowler follow. The util game seems like it's just not working for Furia, even though Sky works, right? It's not a problem in the competition.
Yeah, she's good as a solo initiator.
The space that they need right now.
But since the nerf, she's like way weaker.
Opening up with more first bloods and just making it so hard for Furia to put something together.
They smoked out the turret at least to really be able to get into the site, forcing the players of Crew Visa to fall back and play the retake. And a retake with a showstopper first. It connects right at the entrance, fully blinded. There you go. The players falling down there for Furia. A dominating map no matter what for Crew Visa for the first map.
Furia showing some life on that second half, coming out of the pistol that they needed so much, but Crew still with the firepower. Kesnet on top, 23 and 16, 7 first bloods. But behind that, Klaus, 6 first bloods. Klaus on that lurk, but also the front of the strats a lot of the times when they were taking rubble control. Incredible stuff across the board as Crew put this squad together and are already seeing results.
Definitely seeing results to start things off, but haven't seen it yet there for Furia. They may have a chance to bring it back on that second map, but it's not their map pick. So they'll still have to keep guessing. They'll still have to try to keep fighting on Icebox coming up after the break.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
pero Angela Molina lo deja. Esa doble para Deus. Informação do Liaz que estava tentando marotar o MW, deu a volta. E na Ultimate.
All right, joining right now we have Adam, the head coach of Crew. Now, that first map was freaking phenomenal. Crew had an amazing display.
The start,
performance
yeah.
there. I'm curious to know, since that was Furia's pick, now we're going on to Icebox. So what can we look forward to? What are the confidence levels of the guys?
I think that guys are really happy playing Icebox because I think we build a nasty comp. So they like a lot of to get themselves into a situation where they can fight, where they can just go and take their shots and have fights with the rival. And our Icebox comp, I think it's especially for that. So I think that the team is really confident and really happy to be able to play Icebox today.
Awesome, can't wait to see it.
Crew Esports start their stage off with a win, 13-7 on Lotus, but you just heard Coach Adam. I'm fascinated to know what they're cooking.
I know, but I'm so happy to finally see a Coach Adam interview after they've won. There's so many times, man, it was a 13-11 loss. It was so close. The boys really put our, and we finally did it. Crew come out on their debut, and they look great. They had a great understanding of how they wanted to play around that map. I think they integrated Hedon into the initiator really well, and they dominated Furia.
Yeah, and it was exactly the sort of things that we know that Crew is good at, and they did every single one of them, right? Win conditions all around, insert Shy, insert Kesnet, be able to pivot around the map, and Kesnet fried right off the rip. I mean, that's exactly what I kind of hoped for from this team coming into this game, was domination in moments like this. I don't even know what happened in this round.
He's like chilling over in Maine, getting these kills like through a wall.
I want to.
The first two kills, like what happens here? He's just spraying this guy.
One.
Where's the second guy?
It was through the wall.
I think. I've never seen that before.
He just has a picture.
Yeah, all according to plan. Kesnet obviously knew he was going to be getting the collat there.
Yeah, they're obviously calculated through and through. But Kesnet, though, once again, just continuing to display why he has been a force for this team. Why Crew have invested so many resources into this guy and built this team around him.
What I really liked was the variety in this one. We had some of those rounds you were talking about, Arton, where they're kind of entrenching him in a certain position, then calling back to him, then setting Shy up for the second lurk. But we also got a lot more standard rounds where they're going for fast hits around him. I think they threw in a lot more variety with those like lurking Kesnet rounds we knew in this one. And I think that's kind of a testament to the IGLing, to the system of Crew really starting to click.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I was worried about is that second half kind of slipped a little bit. But the thing is, the firepower was enough for them to get like rounds off of sheriffs.
And it also is defense Lotus. You kind of expect that to happen.
But like it was, I don't know. That needs to be a little bit more clean. And I think it's going to get there, especially with Adam saying, "Oh, Icebox is going to be great for us. We have something cooked." I don't know. That was a little worrying.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Fair point, right? I was sweating as well. Furia won the pistol, and I was like, "Oh no, not again, man! This can't happen, dude." But thankfully, all is well, at least for the Crew camp here. But I know you guys have a telestrator you want to break down.
I'm going to draw. I'm going to do some modern art on this thing. So we're going to bring it up in just a second. Really, this is just a very classic Crew round. It's all about the inserts like you're talking about. And it starts with an early play up front B. So this is what we saw. We saw a couple of players come, escort Kesnet, just leave him right in that little corner. And now they're going to go back for an A re-clear. And they do a couple of interesting things here. First of all, you might wonder why Shy steps into front B here. I didn't mean to pause that. Hold on now. Let's fast forward. Shy sits right there. And if you check out, he actually has a nanoswarm lineup that's going to end up landing back Rebel on this one as they come in here with a Paranoia, with a Prowler to re-clear that space. And the whole time, they're going to be leaving Kesnet on that island over in front B. So they speed up into this round. And as they're leaving Kesnet here, who has an ultimate for an option to hit into the site, the plan is always to break that door on Baby if it is closed and threaten going into the site. Now, from this position, as they sort of force that raise away, there's two main options that Fury can take on the B site. Option one, fight heavy through Baby Door as they're trying to push up here, in which case Kesnet is going to swing out into the site and backstab those players. The other main option they could have would be to push into main, except then Kesnet is going to get that kill. So Furia, without any pressure in front, take the other option, which is play mega passive all the way back on site, which gives Crew a pretty easy way into the site as they come through. Kesnet finds a kill because there's no smoke on main. The spike gets dropped, and it's a little bit of a mess. But because Crew sees so many bodies, You forgot about that guy that set up that lineup that long ago. He was front B, went all the way back away from the rest of the team. And while they see 4 players on site and Shy has not actually found a player on A, they call that spike that teleported into site and died all the way back into that A site for the plant. At the same time, Kesnet is just killing literally everybody. It is the most classic crew round where the spike could be going absolutely anywhere off the back of Kesnet and Shy.
You're taking it?
I have something more important.
What if I'm not done drawing?
No, you're done drawing. I have something more important to talk. Can we talk about
like
how?
5 clips loaded up.
Okay, so Shy was in that. Can we talk about how he plays? Look at the. Where's the pen?
There's no pen. Use your finger.
How does this work?
It's finger painting, Mimi.
Okay.
We're children, bro.
We're children. Look, okay, can we talk about? So this is when he's passive, and then once this guy activates. I'll restart the clip.
Mimi, you're not very good at this.
I'm figuring it out. Look how close he is to the monitor.
very
Have we ever seen a play?
That is, I mean, no, don't do that. I mean,
You're gonna, didn't you learn from the eclipse? You're gonna destroy your eyes.
Wait, what do we think that is? That like 2 inches? Is that 1 inch?
That is too close. That's what that is.
It's not. It's not a large
I don't think he can even see the mini-map from there.
That is
Like,
bad
he
eyes
leaves
when
it
you're
even
40.
further.
When he needs to go look at the minimap, he backs up.
Yeah, no, you literally see it. He's fully repositioning his head to see a different part of the screen. It's crazy.
My guy, when
Kids
he's
don't
like
try this at
43
home.
years old, is gonna have bottle caps for glasses. I can't wait.
He will, but for now he's dialed in and he's farming.
Now he's in there,
It's
and
working.
it's working out for them. All right, guys, well, let's go ahead and see where we're taking a trip to next in this series. Reminder, if you're just joining us, Crew is up right now 1-0 in this series with that 13-7 dub on the Furia pick of Lotus. Now we go over to Icebox. And I want to bring it back over to Geek Heavy's interview with Coach Adam, because Coach Adam said that they were cooking stuff on Icebox. I want to know what this, all I'm going to say is, if it's like what happened yesterday or 2 days ago, and you were like, oh, we're going to get some craziness, and it turns out to just be the same thing, I'm going to be disappointed.
I'm betting Jet Reyna.
Jet
You want me to just invent some leaks right now?
Why
I
don't you
could
go
do
ahead
Make it up.
Oh, I mean, I know for sure, for a fact, they're playing triple smokes. Yeah, so they took what Loud were doing on Bind last year, and they applied it to Icebox. The theory being more smokes, less vision.
Yes, more smokes. How could they possibly shoot you?
Yeah, so that's the leak.
Yeah,
What did you hear?
what were the streets
Have you heard
saying for
anything
you?
on the
I mean, I already gave my theory. What did I hear, though? There's going to be a deadlock. There's going to be a clove.
No way.
Not enabled. Can't pick them.
Listen here, I heard ISO.
No.
Throwing it out there.
All right, now we know you're
Throwing
joking.
it out there. I heard it.
Too far. Too far.
I forgot about ISO. Are we sure ISO's enabled?
Are we sure he's in the game? But I actually forgot ISO was in the game.
No. Well, yeah, you know.
You don't
I mean,
even see him in ranked.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm glad for that.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry
always
for
just
you.
a
I've never
missed
seen him in
opportunity.
Oh my goodness.
It's a fate of a
Let's see this
character.
This is not super surprising. A lot of teams are playing this Gecko KO. It's really a proven
Like his
concept.
utility is
It's
just
the Omen,
too
yeah.
bad.
Yeah, which I'm actually a fan of. I think Omen can work in sort of like a semi-jet slot. It gives you the ability to play up top mid.
I'm actually not bothered by that.
Okay.
Kind of right.
I actually think this is kind of sick. You have a lot of combo potential
Too much
here between the Reyna
flashes.
and the KO flashes, and also between the
Did you
Gecko
say
and the
no?
Reyna stuff.
No. So I'm all for
Like,
flash combos. I think
if
they
you're gonna
index
go-
too heavily into it because they're already playing KO and Gecko, and they're losing verticality. I think Jet's ability
Kill
to updraft
Gecko.
in B main
I don't
especially
like
is
it,
way more valuable than
personally.
the third combo.
Counterpoint. Kezen is going to run around the map. He's going to kill
Like,
them
you
all.
should go
He's on
Gecko
Reyna. He's the
Sova
goat.
or some
All
shit
right,
like
well,
that.
let's go ahead and see if we're going to get a map 3
Or
out of this one.
Sova,
Working
but-
Crew, close it out right here. Let's send it back over to Vancilia.
I think not playing Sova
Thank you, my friends. Indeed, we'll find out what
on
Icebox
Xbox
will
is
look like
holding.
now with what Crew Visa have been cooking. Because, yeah, I love to see some Reyna. We saw it already before with Aspas playing earlier on against 100 Thieves during kickoff, and it was quite nice. And Kezen on a Reyna, it's never a bad thing.
Never. It's about to be playground time. The jungle gym's getting broken out. And yeah, the flashes are going to be immense in this one. The Eclipse continues into this game, apparently. Hide your eyes as we get into Icebox. Pure Ghost Gaming across Crew's inventory. They are looking to get the long shots in on this one. I cannot wait to see how that works out for them. Will they get the lurks? Will they continue to push up and try to take space and really the game from Furia as it started on Lotus?
I think you bring up a great point. Will they be able to get that space? Chrissy on the desk, Ender on the desk was mentioning, yeah, maybe the verticality is 1+ that Jet could have. I agree with that, but at the same time, for Crew Visa, rather's composition, they're also playing single controller, being that Viper.
Yeah.
Which then means sometimes with Arena, we saw from Leviathan, it was a lot of flashes that came through, a double controller setup, and now that you have to use this on at least like a conditioning wall, how do you gain that space? But that will only be on that second half when Crew Visa will take the attack. They start off on defense where Furia is now getting pressured at the A main.
We're gonna see. They may lose verticality, but if they know of Asuna the Rope Master, maybe they start flying across overhead.
Also true.
Little Tarzan-esque form here.
He would have missed that if it was Jet.
True. True. It's tough out there.
Yeah, but at least we exchanged a couple of util towards that A main, and now it's stalemate. Will you now move into the mid round? Furia trying to let Crew Visa think that they're rotating outside this A site to B. Avoiding a knife is a huge thing too, because they popped up that orb on that B side. Klaus walked up. There's a first contact. One by Furia. Two more instantly fall. And A side is up for grabs on the attack now for Furia.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. One enemy remaining.
Yowzer. Quick plant. Not much at screens that Melzer can do other than hope for a push through. And pushing out costs his life. Furia, really smart play on this one. Entering A, but also waiting for Crew to at least throw the KO knife somewhere.
Yeah.
Make sure they hear it. Once they did, that was the cue to move. Crew's gonna make sure they have mid guarded throughout this. Doesn't look like they'll have to worry about it too much, but the focus for Kesnet here is to be towards A, to start things off. Get that hit, dismiss out of sight, play a little maybe in the opponent's face when you get the chance to, as they kind of mix up the strat to start off. And they go back to more of a default here right away as the clock ticks over into game time. Orb control, farming on Klaus. Get Thrash up as much as possible. Thrash especially can cover so much space on A site, right? B, you kind of want to bring it back and not leave it because it's hard to chase the detains if it does go down towards long. But yeah, such a good ultimate to have here. So good focus if they can get that, and we'll see if Furia tries to prevent it. Furia, I think they need to start this one off strong, especially with the way the last map went. Take Icebox away from Crew. And it might be, again, with that, more of the strategy, right? Knowing Crew's going to have that firepower. Furia's always sticking together. Not as much of a lurk here, especially on the save or eco of Crew. And it's B hit's going to be the ender on this one.
Yeah. You mentioned they have to come out strong for Furia, and they also have to play confidently. They're playing it cautiously. Head knife information on the A side, realizing Kesnet was there. Everybody pivot towards B. It's an open site for plant. The only defender was Melzer towards the window of Kitchen. Really just then, they had a lot of focus and a lot of people around that area of under 2, Boiler, and A site, so they can maybe pinch around lurks. But at this point, let me see it. Crew Visa looking to potentially just die to Spike. While Havoc potentially could be the one moving up the chase.
Yeah, I was just going to say, almost on that ult already as the Geckos are both farming.
They'll get one orb.
It's tough, the blind fight. Who comes out on top? A little bit of a denial there. Shy gets out. I should say down. And Furia come out with 2. Vandal, Phantom. Still a few Bulldogs over there from Furia, so they are going to have to go for those low buys with the losses and 2 Guardians. So what does Crew do for the defense? Push down Tube already? Coming in for Kesnet. And they're going to get a little help from Dizzy and maybe a KO flash too coming out, unless that's a 0 point right to the mid side.
Yeah, it's definitely looking towards B to start. You hear something being thrown out, and there it is. It will connect onto 2. And that's both initiators, which then forces the hand. Kesnet looking for timing at the bottom of 2, throws out a leer. Here's a TP on the other end. The orb comes down, and there's a peek attempt from Klaus, just jiggling across, while Melzer's closing the gap on that B side. So there's the first one to fall. Advantage for Crew. Melzer hearing the spike getting dropped, wall coming down, so Furia now has to wait for the next reset. Big fight coming up towards the A side. Important lure coming out from Khalil too. He's not going to push further than that, though. Just puts the alarm bot down, controls the front side of Maze, and waiting for his teammates to move in for a rotate and a plant.
Poison's off.
Not giving it to Havoc either. Havoc is going to be lurking around, so there's not going to be a thrash this time around either on the attack. Lear being thrown out on a defense from Crew, looking to push aggressively, although Melzer just got caught reloading.
It's been about the lurk the whole time. Khalil was over towards A to get the utility down, the false commit. Crew buys in, and the kill comes in from Havoc. Now ready to take down Klaus on the rotation too, just a little late on that mid.
Gets net contact, and that will allow Heat to get the pick off from Gate. And also closing in on the other end on the defense is Klaus, under 2. Wingman being thrown out, 10 seconds left, trying to find a timing to get the spike, prevent the spike from being planted. There's only one player left. Waited way too long. Oh, okay, at least gets that pick. Noswar now in a 1 versus 2. Only a Bulldog. The Bulldog's not enough.
All right.
No bonus for Furia.
Come away with 2 Vandals. And a nice recoup there by Crew. Actually biting pretty hard that it was towards the A side, being flanked by Havoc somewhere through the middle, and they're still able to find the kills. Swarming back into sight. 3 coming up there for Heat. That's got to feel good. Doesn't seem like it's really skipped a beat for Heat. It's just right back into the server and feeling good. You heard the team talking, I think it was Noswar we heard from, just the firepower that they bring all together. Or not Noswar, sorry, but
Klaus. Yeah,
Klaus, thank you. It's working. It is working.
Now Havoc, although got a pick on that lurk before, had to thrash, but decided to work it together with Furia. Clearing up towards 2. Melzer sees the tail, so avoids it. Meanwhile, there's an exchange happening towards Boiler. Control now taken by the attack side up towards Kitchen. Heat couldn't connect his shots. Melzer playing the off angle at the window. Yes, he gets the kill with the Guardian, but all of his teammates fell down in the process. There's so much.
Good stuff by
Furia.
Furia.
First time I've seen so much battle around Kitchen on Icebox. Will this be the name of the game now for Furia, with how they built their strat book around what Crew's bringing out?
Yeah, that it was like known that they would find fights right at the beginning. I mean, yeah, the way Crew has been playing, it's aggressive, but to expect that, absolutely crazy. And Furia bringing a bit of heat now over to the side of Crew with the way that they're making these plays. It looks like the way that Crew is trying to attack on Lotus here. Now as Furia hits attack on Icebox. Still staying back, 0 point herd to the left side, so you will get Furia to encroach a little towards A. And they have all the push watch now. They can wait and spawn and wait for this to come from mid, come from B. Really wary of somebody getting on that flank.
Yeah. It's just a repetition of the last time they played the anti-eco, holding out towards the spawn, using the KO util to find the info. Meanwhile, though, they're still committing towards this A site, even when Noswar got dinged for 145 by the Sheriff. And Khalil just got dropped. There's a late lurk happening on the other end, so Furia has to pick up the pace, pushing out towards the backside of the A site. Sheriffs are answering back by Crew. Noswar's alone now with that 5 HP we were mentioning. And playing it safe at the beginning of the round, still they walk in the stack of the A site from Crew Visa. And Furia just got thriftied.
Heat with another 3K. You know the KO ult's up now for anything that's going to be coming through. A thrifty there for Crew is Furia. They were hitting so hard, confident on these strats. Waited for the push, the knife on the left side. It seemed like everything was just going to be an easy low-buy round that they would be able to push into. And these Sheriffs doing so much work. The one tag, I can't remember who went down, but back towards Dice. Absolutely incredible play from the defensive side of Crew. We get back into it. 3 ultimates ready for Crew now as they can start to fold these rounds right over. And this is going to be a tough fight for Furia on the next one if they lose this. A few tagged, not worried about it.
Actually, even staying outside the radius, Crew instantly rotates from mid to B. Util being thrown, Util being picked up. TP across, nice flash. Pop being thrown there by Noswords to allow MW0 to get 2 on the round. Kesnet with the support, trying to rotate back and trying to make it salvageable for Crew. Nice flash then coming out from Heat. And that evens up the tally on a 3-3. That spike down as well. 2 ults available for Crew as Kesnet activated his Empress. The Reyna ult rotating back towards A, and as the Furia players are also running towards the A site, there's that Shy util as a Killjoy.
This is wild for Furia. They need goggles against this Crew composition. One phrase is playing over in my head. Another one? And here comes another flash. Another one? They continue to just outflash Furia as they retake B. Now it's got to be a retake on A.
And they pulled out the null command off Noswords plant. But there's the lurk coming in from behind. Khalil was too far from that Killjoy turret and the alarm bot. This is a great timing, so Kesnet is just trying to play patient in the back. Easy kill for Heat because of the pulse coming out on the null command of Nosware. A 1v1 remaining, a drop on the top! But it's Khalil able to win that fight against Kesnet. Wow.
That's a big pickup for Furia. Ultimate for Khalil after that one. Furia staves off what looked like actually was
way
going to be
more
a scrappy fight
competitive
that allowed Crew
stuff.
to win. But no, the reposition
Like they
after
really are
this
fighting.
snuff at B was correct for Furia. And you see the prop flash protocol they have there. I think Klaus just got angled, an unfortunate dizzy happened.
5 HP left though off that duel.
Yeah. By the narrowest of margins, but it works. That's what Furia wanted.
Different knife, though.
Yeah, it's a little closer, right? They weren't able to just backstep once out of it as they did in the last round.
Which gives Crew a lot of information, yet they're not instantly reacting. Instead, they're trying to add a little bit more pressure towards middle.
Right there, you see the effect of the double flash. You can shoot Dizzy, but you're still gonna eat one. As Noswords goes right through to the eyes of Melzer. A lockdown, and there's no lurk on this lockdown. Turrets down behind Furia to keep the flank on watch, so they are going to be hitting this site. And it looks like Crew's ready at Snowmen.
Nice respect given out here to force the lockdown on the attack when the only weapon you have. Nice shots by MW0. With the Sheriff you have left, now upgraded by Klaus as it picks that one up. Melzer picking the one left behind by Kesnet. Klaus walking in, almost getting that pick onto Conan. As Conan stays alive, and so does the Pit. Furia looking pretty good in this pulse plant now. It's up to Shy and Melzer to make it expensive. Trading off for weapons, 2 Vandals now. Leaving a turret passively. So it looks like the decision will be to fall back and save instead of doing that econ damage back against Furia.
Yeah, a nice hit. Just pretty clean and simple. Didn't really care that they got hit by the null or the KO knife. Walk in, lockdown, simple sight take. Nice fundamentals on that one from Furia. Not chancing anything with the ults that they had. And yeah, always feels good when MW0 as well starting to get online. Omen or not, right? He's going forward. MW0 is feeling good. You're gonna see some frags come in and W's in the win column overall. Crew with a timeout. It's got null command, the KO ultimate, as well as Thrash. We were saying before, super effective on the A retake. Can still use it for B. It's a little bit harder to get the results of following up on that if you can grab somebody. So Crew can play this one slow and almost give Furia some space, but that's always a dangerous game too.
Yeah. Well, right now, when Adam had the conversation with Geek Heavy, mentioning that he's super excited seeing this Crew line up in the air. They built this composition to be in situations where they could always fight back. We haven't really had that opportunity yet,
right?
Because you have great entries from MW0 switching out into an Omen here to get these entries.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, especially that you make there, because we saw it a little bit up towards the yellow, or the other round, right? They kept flashing back, the pop flashes. But once those flashes were mostly expended, when Furia went back to hit A, those flashes weren't there. So yes, they can fight the situation, right? But if they have to fight multiple situations, it seems like Crew is missing those flashes. And how could you? It's just like an unending bag. You just reach into it and you keep throwing them out. We'll see this round. Looks like they stacked 2 of those flashes towards long B, Vansily. And 1 of them towards A for delay with Heat. A 2-2-1, or a 2-1-2, I should say, to start us off.
Yeah, they want to be aggressive. So no knife, and for the first time in a couple of rounds, Furia realized there's no KO knife moving forward, so there's some sort of warning towards B. And it's a triple push out from Crew. And all of Furia now grouping together to work towards the A site. Wow, okay, breaking one turret forces Crew to fall back. That leaves A site open, and Heat decides to fall back as well. As you mentioned, they have two great ults for the retake, so you'll play patiently and wait for the rotate to happen.
More delay, little chip damage. And that gives everybody of Crew enough time to get here to screen. Spike just went down. Thrash is out the game.
So Null Command was picked up and used here by Crew Esports, and there's that Thrash from behind. It gets some information, but we still have a 1-for-1 in terms of situation. Beautiful trades now, advantage for Crew. Trying to draw back in the site. Khalil trying to swing back towards the pipes, and three players instantly fall with the timing swing that they're trying to do for Furia. And Crew Visa able to come back for the defuse with that clean retake.
Quick, calm, collected, really nice job there by Heat. Honestly, Heat going across different agents right now is using the util so well, just right off the bat. It's not that hard to think to nade the spike, but not feeling out of position, not feeling like he's getting pressured. At that point, the only person in sight was him, and he's still able to defend for quite a long time and give that rotation the time needed. Everything's clicking right now as Crew's trying to get these rounds back and take away Furia's cushion of 2. Low armor buy for Furia as we get into round number 9. Little push up, orb control, trying for Heat. He says maybe not, unless he did grab. I couldn't tell if one from last or this.
Yet the push is still coming outside of B.
Yep.
Because it wasn't discovered last time. They'll try it this time around as well for Crew. Manages to get the advantage by 2 on top of that. That spike down, the lurk denied. Whew. And off this timeout, Crew, I mean, they changed their pacing a little bit, they changed their positioning. It's now time for Furia to realize that, okay, there's adaptation coming here from the defensive end. We gotta pull up the next page here of our strat book.
I think Crew has found at least 1 or 2 kills every time they continue someone on this long B. The one round they had a Thrifty, they almost were able to take away from Furia. That ended at A, still had that B push coming through. Eventually catching Furia off guard, so, I mean, hey, they keep trying. You see it again here. So aggressive. Especially when Furia is not expecting it until the round is kind of panned out a little bit, right? They've made a move, and then that's when they get Crew. Not right at the beginning. With the double flash team, they choose what they want to do at the start. Khalil now about to meet his maker.
Not even a chance. A plan. Gave up.
The double flash.
Gave up, and Crew's 1 away from tying up the game. But yes, indeed, I agree with you. Even at that point, when we're talking about how that knife didn't come out towards that front B at the garage, sometimes, usually when you throw that knife and people are trying to avoid from that radius on the attack side, that's usually when you start engaging and trying to scale out towards the B site.
Right.
So instead, they don't want to use a knife to let Furia know that Crew Visa is actually walking into contact towards garage, and now it's been read, it's been seen.
Yeah.
So we should adapt,
which is why we call it this timeout.
All right, I want to see the fake game. I want to see all the fakes coming out from Furia now. You get a lurk up tube, under tube, something to at least pressure that. Love the round that they try to get up and at least just get one shot onto the Killjoy turret and then back up. Because you said that made Crew move so much just off the util break. So start the fakes, put a ruse out there, make Crew buy it, and take the site.
And I think it worked in that round number 3 or something, if I'm not mistaken, when you had Khalil move out towards the A side. They broke util, or they're trying to hold on the other end. Then you had Havoc lurk towards mid instead, and actually caught Melzer on the rotate. So they actually had double lurks on the board for Furia, which we haven't seen since then. So maybe it's reverting back to those, maybe reverting back to mid control too, because you're definitely seeing that the pressure that Crew's currently bringing out is to fight towards the extremities once again. Not too much towards A, just grab orb, fall back, but we've seen him really fight here towards the B side.
It kind of just changes the role of the game when you get the double initiators back in, and now even more flashes, is that You have to at least expend the initiator's util once, maybe, and maybe hit the window between the signature coming back up, but the full force of that util being dumped on you every time is so hard to get through on the attack side. Here we go towards B, and quickly taking the space with their own flashes to make sure there is no push. And this should be another orb grab. That's Thrash for Havoc. Bada boom. And now this mid push will wait for the lurk. So they do have this watch.
Furia didn't care to get hit by that knife. They just wanted to run across with the lower buy that they have. Doing the same type of flash. TP across. Nanostorm was set up there. Try to get a plant down. Oh, actually engaging with the Thrash as well. Back towards Orange. Information on 2. NW0 couldn't get the TP. He got denied there by Heat. That spike down at the same time. The lurk on middle. A double push. Havoc gets the wall bang onto Klaus. Advantage for the attack side of Furia on this lower buy. Shy in the back of the site. Trying to dwindle down those numbers. Even a chance for Crew Visa to come back in the site. Melzer watching that flank and rotating across. Winning that one against Conan. They have 2 walls to work with too. Not needed yet. As Shy just dropped the spike carrier.
30 seconds left.
Gonna hear in kitchen. Oh, Kali wins this.
Now potentially this lockdown may be used. It's a 1-for-1.
Player standing.
Now Heat, for him to decide if he wants to swing out, he does so. Now play the time. Underhand flash throw, 10 seconds left on the clock. Here's a run forward from Khalil. Tap on the spike, turns around,
and Kali, what a clutch.
Laser aim from Khalil this round. Had 2 turnarounds where he had to reset his crosshair position. One towards Kitchen, the last one on to Heat. As he almost got game of cat and mouse there. What an awesome round from... Oh. To the wall? Okay.
The suspense.
Yeah, what a awesome round there. Khalil laying him low with the Guardians. Gonna obviously upgrade from that. But that is big for Furia. It seemed like Crew was able to get under their skin for a few rounds and get this early pressure, get the shutdowns. No, Furia got themselves into long B right away to start that off. And it paid off for round number 10. Now into 11, 6-4 here. Looks like we're almost gonna get an even all half with the amount of ultimates Crew has to throw back. They're always leaving the site open when they can get in with a lockdown or Thrash. Oh, just the timing. Havoc gets over, but is it for free?
The auto cue was there, but Kesner was still waiting for a Pipe's peak. Havoc wins that fight. Weakens down the A side too, especially after that shot from Conan. Pit coming out on the defense though. Paranoia keeping them at bay just to have the wingman plant towards the A site for default. And now we're comfortable playing this on the pulse plan. There's 1 Nanoswarm, 1 Snake Bite available. They can play outside towards the jail first, and there's that Nanoswarm waiting to get popped. Nobody's watching it there, so they're just going to use the timing to break it up first. Havoc just waiting. That's going to be the pit down now as Melzer falls. Yeah, nothing really to work in the favor for Crew Visa on that retake attempt.
Really nice fast play too. The amount of kills they were able to get, those 2 I should say, Furia was able to get right away, stopped Crew from wanting to use that lockdown to get back in. That could have helped. So nice quick plant. Havoc to open it up too. Just, you don't expect the Gecko to be the one going over on the rope to go for the first blood, but you know what? Expect the unexpected right now. His Fury has got to pull out all the stops to get by these flashes and even in front of them before they're thrown. I guess that would be behind them. 7-5 possibly if they can get the lockdown and the Reyna ultimate to pay off from Crew's side, but you're also looking at Khalil's. Crew or Furia can create their own space here, and they might do it again at B.
Crew's in a good spot though. They went for a 4-player push outside of A. They have control of the belt. Klaus is there for the support, so they have flashes on the other end if they need to fall back. And at the same time though, they instant rotate from Crew towards B. They hear the tap. They have a lockdown to even counter the other lockdown or use it as a retake instead. So they're okay for Crew. Use all that util you want, Furia. We still have ours in our arsenal. Once you try to get this plant down, that gets instantly denied. Just behind what? 2 smokes that you see now in the screens of NW0 to get that pick.
Nazar takes one out. You see MW0 going up on top of yellow. Last time as Khalil gets the flank again.
Spotted by the alarm bot. He was trying to just swing out and get the surprise. Molly being thrown at the top of the kitchen. Will it blow up on time? It will. No, actually, it looks like one just got detained. Khalil, though, nonetheless, at the top of green. The tap on the spike. Heat gets the pick up to MW0. As that clock is ticking down. Heat now tapping on it, forced to stick it to at least bring it a half. And Furia have a great post-line hold.
I mean, Icebox is slightly...
Switching sides.
Yeah, Furia
slightly,
timeout. Really good
excited,
for what it was
so
able to
they
bring
win the
back for
pistol.
them.
8-4 is
I think they were
like
giving,
expected.
you have to respect the flash game, but they were giving too much respect to the flash game. The faster you move, the harder it is for those flashes to be in the right spot.
Let's see
the
what
harder
Crew
it is
can
for
do.
Crew to try to protocol flash you, where you get this instant pop flash and someone's peeking you. And just upping the tempo a little bit for Furia was able to solidify that.
Yeah, just on the replay there, it did pop and then just got destroyed, so you had the two labels there, so it gave a chance for them to come back, but it didn't.
Definitely need
is able
a
to do quite well to hold that
pistol.
pulse plan and have a great lead, at least to start things off though. But with this comp, we'll see the Reyna, what they could do on the attack. But before we actually get to that half, let's throw it to Geek Heavy, who's standing by the co-streamer booth with Otsuka.
Yo, what's going on? I'm here with Otsuka, content creator for Furia. Now, what did you think of that play on Icebox? How are you feeling right now about the team?
Now I'm feeling a little much better, but at the beginning, in the first map, they were playing a little bit scared. I don't know how to explain that, but they were trying to get too much info and not shooting back too much, you know? I think they forgot that it's just Crew and they have the worst duelist in franchise, so...
Damn.
Those are big words. The worst duelist? Are you really you saying that right now?
Yeah, not only Americas, our entire franchise, I guess.
Wow. Those are those are fighting words, right?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, well, I want to know. So, what you think Furia is doing right now that they kind of just neglected to do on map 1?
They're literally
playing the good side of the map.
Muzira is playing aggressively. He's fighting. He's using the TP to get kills, to go on top side and fight back. And you know, they have a lot of they have a much crosshair. So just shoot back, bro. We can win this.
Yeah. Okay. So you probably thinking that this is gonna push to a map 3. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. 2-1 for Furia, obviously.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. Well, I'm gonna toss things back over to Rivington and Vansili.
Thank you so much, Geek Heavy. But also, always a blast to listen to Otsuka as he's coming over here at the Riot Games Arena to co-stream this matchup, of course.
Yeah.
In Portuguese, if you guys want to check that out. But moving into this game, yeah, I mean, I do agree with what Otsuka was saying. We were mentioning it during that cast that NW0 is getting some great fort position at the same time. Great support from Noswer.
Yeah.
Right, as this KO to be able to flash and give that space. But I also like what Khalil's able to do so far, at least on that first half. Him not really IGLing for the team anymore as well, and he has now could focus on his own game, and he's putting numbers up at the same time. But we'll hold that thought a little bit later. Crew's now playing on the attack. They already have a couple of players now moving in towards Orb at the A site.
And Crew will have that duelist in Kesnit's Reyna on this side. Unlike Furia, playing a lot of contact into their sights. We'll see if they can get these flashes in. And they can get Kesnit supported as much as they need to.
Shy actually got a nice opening towards the A site. They have to reset a little bit here for Crew because they got hit by the 0 point, the knife from Furia. They couldn't really bring out that wingman to go for a plant. But after they drop Khalil here, they see all this utility being placed. This is an opportunity to get a plant here towards top A heaven if you want to, but instead it's at a default spot. Instantly, we try to engage for the retake for Furia. Keza gets 2 for his troubles before Noswer is becoming the last player standing, backstabbed by Melzer, and the pistol goes in favor of Crew.
Just waltz in and take it, why don't you? Honestly, simple. Up, get the plant down, to not worry about too much altogether, and they just worked as a team on that one. Fury was ready to kind of give up the site. You saw 3 towards the left side. This was the first one peeking as Shy tries to come back in, but it was already 2 secured. Take it, lock it up, and bring in the W for that. So, was it Furia's pistol round first half, Crew pistol round on the second half here. So we trade him back. That's the good start they want. And a lot of B pressure already.
And a Bucky close range. MW0 connects onto Heat. Melzer's low HP. Snake bite to try to force him to fall back down at 68. Kezet's the one moving forward. There is Eileen out, getting the heal up for a second life and a second chance against MW0. But then Nabskir almost got that pick with the frenzy. This is chaos so far in terms of attempt of timings coming out from Furia. Kezet's at 2 HP out of that.
His ult. He's got his ult. Oh my gosh.
Well, at least there's only 2 players left for the defensive side. Wingman now, actually a tap on the first, a flash in the front. Does get the contact onto one, trying to lean out, and they're just gonna stick it. It was planted too deep at that moment, which is why they held back on that Wingman.
That
Cologne
hurts.
knew he had a free defuse.
No way. No. That's gonna stunt the economy a little bit. All right, actually looks like it's gonna be a forced push by both. MW0 getting in the face of everyone here as Kesnet. This is a carnival here. Oh my word. Yeah, backwards diffuse through the legs. Tuck under, try to do that in real life. All right, 9-5. An unexpected round there as Furia slip through and get that defuse, ninja-like. 3 in sight, sitting right and ready.
Forced by contact play, Kesnet. He's not gonna let Furia build that momentum off the mistake of the Wingman plant that came out from the attack side of Crew Visa. Now Klaus falls, but at least the Arena ult is up and supporting Crew to get the plant. Late lurk happening, and I think this might get heard very soon by Melzer as Conan's rotating across. But Havoc still wins that fight onto Kesnet inside the site. Traded out by Heat, rather, sorry. As Conan and Melzer go head to head, it's a Viper diff in favor of Conan. Back to a 1v1. Natsuka mentioned that they like to fight, they were able to fight, and they're doing it. But for Heat, in this role, here's the jump across, wins that fight against Conan, and puts Crew with another point on the board.
Drain in the pockets to do this too, and the members and the money. Just Heat alive there. They're still able to buy on the side of Crew though, being able to bring these rounds back into their favor. And this is the Sheriff buy for Furia as we see Kesnet open up the site again to give them the room that they need. And Heat, it seems like you can still rely on him. Putting up those numbers right behind Kesnet. He and Kesnet both at 15 frags apiece.
We have a Nico
By the way, those boys are online. The Bash Brothers be back. Or be starting, I should say. Crew here to slowly move up towards a ramp just for coverage, and they may read this push right.
Tap on North to bait out some players, but he did have support in the end. Almost one got caught. But because Crew had 3 players towards that A side, Klaus was able to stay alive here. Also get the player advantage, although Orb was picked up in the process. Thrash available for Havoc.
Yeah.
Don't think they'll use it this time around unless you're able to get these crazy shots with the shares.
The collab, he uses it, obviously, right?
100%.
Gotta be. Go for the content play.
See if he manages to get at least the first one here.
That was
Kesnet was leaning out, yeah, gave a bit of his body beating out the shots and didn't want to punish though, giving a chance for Havoc to fall back with his teammates. 40 seconds left on the clock. And finally, a couple of players decide to fall back and make some noise, but it's only a ruse to re-hit towards A.
Furious comfortable on this, watching back, waiting forward. Khalil just steps out of that, so the util may be good, but sight's getting taken from Jenny here. I don't know if Crew can protect this.
Yeah, well, it's planted safe.
Oh, they can.
Yeah, definitely, with those rifles.
Yeah, that was the thing, it's planted safe. I thought it was rope plant, nah. Wingman gets there easy. Nice shots. Kesnet, as soon as that wall drops, hearing the hiss go down, goes for the shots and instantly connecting with 2. And actually, from 15 to 15, they're now 17 and 17. So, that's kind of crazy that they're actually doing this much work on the front lines. Oh! Just a trim.
And you're starting to see the value of Kesset as well on this Reyna.
Yeah.
Putting down the numbers on the attack side, and like I said, it was a little bit difficult to fight back when you have to rotate a little bit more, and NW0 is getting that forward position like he could. And as we mentioned that, both Kesset and Melzer fall as they're trying to aggress towards this B site at green. Shy with the lurk kill onto Havoc. Giving a chance for Crew to maybe work the map at the player disadvantage.
Wingman plant gives Thrash. Could be a site hold. Nice forward alarm buy here towards A. Furia's going to get a lot of early information to start their rotate before the spike's even near to being planted here. But with 45 seconds left in the round as this happens, when it happens about, I don't know if they can commit to rotating just yet. So we're going to see big anchor here by Furia, and just wait this out.
And also, okay, he's going to break the alarm, but I was thinking, would Crew want to wait for a knife to try to knife it into A and potentially get the hit onto Khalil to deny the util being used and the nanoswarms to delay? But at least it's all been used here before the wingman comes in for a plant, so it'll be a safe one.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
You mentioned that plant allows Klaus to have the Thrash. They hear a TP, just got canceled, knife towards the back, does see Nosware. So they'll use the Thrash look towards screens. Molly to delay. That's not gonna allow the Paranoid to get good value that was thrown on a defense. Pete still has another flash to work with. As finally Furia tries to go in. It's a 1-for-1, but Shy holds the angle on the top of pipes. A 2 versus 2 turning it around. Again, a disadvantage that started off for Crew Esports now becomes the advantage. Khalil now spotted, hit at the dice. There's not enough time. And Crew Visa is one to tying up the game.
If you don't see Kasnet and Heat doing
timeout?
it,
Yeah.
Shy's out there getting the frags.
The money
Klaus is out
like
here clapping
bad
people today.
for
From
Furia.
Lotus to now in the Gecko play.
Probably want to time
Wild
out.
stuff.
That was actually quite nice on that replay. That's the advantage that Ender was talking about at the desk. The verticality that you have, maybe not with a Jet on NW0, but with an Omen still gives you that value on the top of yellow.
Yeah.
It surprised some
Furia
players there
timeout.
from Crew to try to work towards that B site at the beginning. Yet, at the disadvantage, Crew Visa was still able to convert. Now, this is another timeout coming out from Furia, and that's our last one now of the map.
Low buy. That Thrash is up for Havoc. Has had it for a bit, but no real opportunity to use it. And this is going to be a big round. It'll tie it up if Crew's able to take this. They have the momentum. Shy's very, very likely to get his ultimate on this next round for Crew. And that would mean Furia basically fall behind for the first time this map, but it hasn't happened. And I don't think Furia would want it to. Sheriff's there. Nosware close to all. Conan close to all. They may be able to stave off this if they do enough damage on the side. But look at 6,000 credits, 4,600 credits. Crew's ready to take chances, and they're ready to hit A on this one. The turret's watching their back. A push from Furia will alert them that Crew wants A on this. That push from B is going to be good info for Furia.
Lots of util to prevent the orb to get picked up. Already Kesnet gets the instant opener onto NW0. They do have a lower by the Thrifty on their end. Kesnet's being a little vocal here, as you can see, calling out, trying to scale up here. Give us an opportunity to punish the rotate, punish any overextension of Furia rotating out towards A site.
They're just trying to put these sheriffs together so they can get some combined trade shots out.
Counter Dizzy spotted too. Thrown here by Furia.
Patiently outweighting the utility too. Just like, throw more at us. Come on. What else do you have to defend? And here goes the Leers forward. Kesnet up front with a wingman plan.
That's a safe one once again. Defensive side do have a Thrash on their own. But with the lower buy, they have to come up big with the shots first with the Sheriffs. And unfortunately though, it's Furia still losing players, losing numbers. Khalil, only one. But Crew Visa have managed to tie up the game.
lot of this A control going down from Crew. They're able to basically find one before they're getting into sight. A lot of the early rounds, Furia was staying back to happily play the retake here. A few of the lower buys, I think Crew's identified they can get these peaks, they can get these sneaky push-ups to start off. A bit of the same setup for their attack side here, but 2 towards mid. This turret still watching B long makes me think it's a committal towards A in the end. And a much closer, further forward alarm bot.
With the null command too, so you're gonna use those 3 to brute force towards the A site and try to have the lurk there, because the null command will deactivate the turret. So this is a great position for these 2 lurkers, but it's not even needed when Kesnet is opening up the site like that. Finally, Shy gets caught, he gets picked, but there's still that second lurk. Meanwhile, though, Conan does have a flank timing. NW0 is now moving out. Spike has been planted at the default spot this time around for Crew to play the long range, and they know somebody could be lurking. Kesnet knew, gets the headshot onto Conan. Last one to go, but now get lurked, not needed once again. I mean, just everybody stay in spawn. You guys have Kesnet.
And there it is, the 10-9. Crew finally taking the advantage on this one, and yeah, Heat's null command absolutely just separating any defense that they would have had on the side of Furia in mid. That made it tough. The Furia timeout doesn't have the impact that they want, but it could have been the setup. It could have been what might be happening, because they, yes, were on the cusp of getting a lot of ults online. God, Kesnet is fired up right now. Adam likes what he's seeing. We haven't really seen the Crew timeouts as much, and they are just allowed to flow right now. Still towards this A play, the way they take it, the way they're easily able to plant, why would they go B? Why would they give up a chance at Wingman just being shot down and then they're in chaos for the round? A has been the bread and butter here for Crew.
And that's why Furia wants to try to answer back in some way, shape, or form, this time taking court position on top of pipes.
Yep.
Mozura using the smoke as a one-way, so you could just look down towards Belt. But with that one-way smoke, looks like Crew wants to fall back and pivot towards B.
And see how much more they'll have to do to get this plant down, how much more pressure they'll have to put into the site. It's not as safe, and already having to deal with a Viper Spit. Probably gonna turn them away again. Detour, we go back towards A. And now they will have a bit of different positioning.
And this could be big too if they move towards this A site and realize potentially that that orb wasn't picked up. And that's Shy ready just to flush out the A site. Ult now being picked out on the attack. Empress out for Kesnet.
30 seconds.
Knife being thrown in the back. Early paranoia thrown by MW0. They won't have much left to hold the A site.
Havoc trying to at least lean the rotate early to put Thrash in the right spot for this retake, deciding whether Kitchen or to push further by as the site hit take.
Big volley. It's traded out. He gets a second one in the round. 10 seconds left. They have to move quick now. Attempt of a plant from Klaus.
No deny.
Lockdown being used on the defense. Mosh pit being used. Conan with
nice
the
shot.
That first shot. A wall bang onto Melzer. A headshot there.
Finds 2. That's huge.
To Conan. Trying to stave off the last 2 players as Havoc and Khalil are moving in. Tap on the spike from the wingman. It's a full stick and a shot from Havoc. The defuse will come in for Furia, and they'll finally get their second round of that.
Nicely done by Furia. Conan, one of the pushes finally break the defensive side in enough time. It's been about the timing. Crew's hitting A so fast that if Furia did have the push to get seen by the turret, Conan usually goes through mid and meets with the team at screens. This time he's able to wreak a little bit of trouble back towards that A main spot, and it pays off for Furia. Nicely done. The map control really pays off for Furia on that one. They did have to use the lockdown to push out Crew. And this is going to be Crew coming in with their own lockdown and Thrash now.
Exactly. They committed on grabbing the orb on the defense the last round for Furia, so Crew can pick it up to use their lockdown, but at least they'll have it this time around, as you've just mentioned. They're looking for that early pressure on the top of pipes, already looking for the lockdown position.
And again, that push up all the way on the left side, causing the pullback from Melzer. A little bit of control, and MW0 punishes one of the peaks.
Beautifully done, and TP's away to not get detained. That's a star player down. Kesnet picked. Thrash out, fully blinded as Havoc. Still managed somehow to take down Klaus before, but off the ropes, the repel.
Wait!
Furia was so quick on that retake.
Oh my gosh. I'm kind of flabbergasted right now. Furia just flying through on that one. Everybody dying in maze. So you saw, that makes me think Crew is kind of stuck in this cluster where they were still getting ready for that position, understanding what they wanted. We saw that Conan was trying to defend the back and just make sure for long enough that they could get the position. They lose Kesnet, the one duelist they're going to get into sight with, and then the rope game goes off.
Standing.
That was a big kill that came out there from MW0, so they played the alert.
Yeah.
And even for Crew, it really looked like they were playing to protocol. Wait for that lockdown to move across. They didn't have a lineup on the defense to throw a molly onto the lockdown to break it. So it would have been easy for Crew to move inside the A site, yet somehow MW0 on top of screens was left unwatched. Manages here to get the first kill. Makes it difficult for Crew to retake the site, and then you saw those beautiful flashes that came through from Nosworth to create that space. So now Furia not afraid to play this retakes, and Crew maybe they want to say, okay, well, we got to up the tempo, take that space, and maybe even fight inside the site.
And Furia is just beating back demons right now. Heat 24 frags, Kesnet 23, 47 between them. Those two are not stopping, but somehow Furia finding a way to cool them down. See if they can do it again. The big ultimates they used for the past few rounds were allowing them to get through what Crew was bringing on the attack side. And 11 to 10 now. 2 post plants coming through. Very big in the last few rounds to be the reason Furia is getting these back. And they still play in a post plant fashion. 3 mid, 1 at each site. That's going to be a push into the map and then a post plant if their site gets hit. Or retake, I should say.
That's a big knife coming out though, thrown from Boiler into the main, spotting the Reyna, spotting the Viper as well. So the pivot comes out, the rotate across, playing passive retake once again on A, but more pressure on B. Lear being thrown with a dizzy. Crew V's are slowly showing that they're trying to take control towards green.
Hitting that 1 minute mark. You can see moving into sight, Havoc trying to anchor a little bit more. Dizzy, they might have heard that. It's not going to reveal too much info, but they know they have some time to wait and they don't have to commit to setting up too much.
The knife also missed, and that TP actually spotted the Reyna, so that might be a call to keep a couple of Furia players inside the B site, so they have a weak A. Trying to play contact, Nosworth now throws the molly on the ground to try to delay. Havoc able to get another pick onto Heat as he falls back. Nanoswarm to try to delay as a pit comes out on the attack for Crew.
30 seconds left.
Slight delay. It should still be a safe plant now.
The
Dizzy's being thrown,
Paranoia and Wingman are there. Do they use him to take the site or do they use him to defuse? Slowly moving in, Havoc tries to get in a position.
And that's Furia with it. There's that Paranoia coming out, knife being thrown towards the pipes. Trying to push across the Viper's pit. Shy and Melz are able to hold it down into numbers once again.
One enemy remaining.
The disadvantage for Furia. And Khalil realizes now that it's in peril. An imperative also that he saves his Vandal. But a triple swing coming out from the screens keeps the game close.
Furia can dip in one more time here with a low buy. Maybe some Bulldogs, maybe a Guardian. Havoc trying to get as close as possible for that. And again, these teams continue to go towards the A site. It just becomes so much easier with the flash compositions. Crew able to take that with Wingman plants, and then they set up for a good amount of post plant with Fragment, as well as the Viper mollies. It's been tough for Furia to retake on these sites, and maybe from an armored diff perspective on this round, it could put either team on game point.
11-11.
Push up towards that first Jenny area of A main. And all of the Crew forces are here except Melzer, which they now know about.
Big pushes on both ends, and Havoc almost had a time to get a pick towards A main.
Jenny check, done. Nobody runs out of the right side, so they know that kind of signifies left side of the site is being played heavy if it is. Havoc shows differently though, trying to get a little sneak peek there.
As he rotates across, it's now the responsibility of Nabskir to look up towards the rafter on that right side, and finally starting to slowly fall back. That one way being thrown. The knife actually does catch heat. They're walking back for, once again, another contact.
How far does this lurk from Melzer go? Looks like he could try to make it all the way up mid. Turret's going to be active as they hit sight. It's all about inside A now.
The biggest thing is trying to take down Khalil to allow that lurk to happen, and he will fall from heat.
Down A.
That's Melzer on the rotate, but meanwhile the fight is still continuing inside A. It's open now. TP came across.
They still have the lurk.
Platts is safe. Conan way too far to try to help out MW0 here, who has to play the hero play. Manages to take heat down, and there's that 1v1 again. That Conan once again wins against Melzer. It's up to Shy.
Oh my god, Shy.
By MW0, and Furia are now at map point.
The patience from Conan, so huge. The kills in sight from MW0 continue to come through. Didn't have to second guess that one. Great job from Furia, staving off game point for Crew, and what looked like Crew's round locked in.
Yeah.
But that was a round for Crew. Just waiting enough time to get, or just getting enough time, Furia rather, to get Crew to reconsider, look for the flank, and they're able to find the backs as they get that win.
Exactly, it was the second time there that there was a super late lurk coming out from Melzer, but still couldn't catch Conan. Conan was even later on the rotate. They anticipate, they know this rotate coming around. And this lurk rather from Crew. So Furia is always ready for that when they rotate back towards the A site. So for Crew this time around, it continues the same default to start things off. Both Heat and Shy are using util towards the A site. The scale up from Crew out towards green. Jump spot from Melzer. Melzer is trying to find a timing to get a pre-fired shot.
Melzer is being
Havoc
met
was
to the
going to try
beat.
to jump spot one more time. But he manages, he actually is the one that gets damaged instead.
And this is Furia being like, wait, what's happening? They're near B. This is weird. They've not shown this in a while. Crew have been A, going A, looking for a lurk from B, going A, and they'll still end A. That's the final play.
Unless this happens.
They want to give the look towards B. Yeah,
So
that was
close there, yeah. That could have been everything too to, oh actually, I mean, you saw that rotate coming through. There's actually 4 players towards B.
Yep.
They give
A
the
site once
site.
again open. All come in being used on the attack, yet they're not moving in.
That's the conditioning, right? Just getting them massed up around the map. They rotate back and like, oh wait, maybe they're not here. This lurk still.
Oh my god, and they force the crush. It's gonna come back and pick it up.
It's been how many rounds
They
since
know.
they went B? But a B round could bring us to overtime.
And the thrash was used towards the A side, so that confirms that there's nobody there. The plant then
It was
comes in
picked
towards
up,
B,
though.
but you once again have Melzer on the late lurk from A side, and it's being watched by Nabskir if you pay attention to that radar. Meanwhile, though, we're trying to move back for
He's
Furia on
found.
retake
The
towards
lurk
B,
is
and
found.
that flank has now been eliminated. Melzer falls again. Numbers
Become
are
the
an
trash,
advantage for
and
Furia,
Furia
as they
could
have
win.
3 players left to take down and a defuse on their side to push us to a third map. Wingman will start the defuse. Nano swarms are being thrown as well. Havoc gets the peek onto Heat, and it's a full defuse coming through us all.
Damn.
Falls, and Furia will push this over to Breeze.
Run them around the map, but they'll still be there when it counts. Furia running from site to site, trying to get the tail of Crew on that one, and they finally see that it ends B, and they finalize 13 rounds there as well.
We have a
What
firm
a
up.
scrappy icebox, back and forth. The compositions
Noise.
both teams brought in kind of gave them that one way to play through almost. We have to flash the crap out of each other and hit these sites. Not a lot of lurking was done on this map. They brought it to each other face to face.
Yeah, you definitely saw from what Ender was mentioning as we see the replays there. That verticality from NW0 was everything to initiate what they needed to win this second map. But Breeze will be the decider between his 2 teams and see who will get their first victory here in split number 1 after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Didn't know better, yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Didn't know better, yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever, yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
Tiene que concretar el planazo, pero Angelo Molina lo deja. Es la doble para Deus.
Informação do Liaz que estava tentando marotar o MW, deu a volta! E na Ultimate!
Furia showing that they have plenty of fight left in them as they force a map 3 on Crew's pick of Icebox. Welcome back, Golden Boy alongside Bala, Mimi, and Ender as we break everything down. And, you know, listen, there were some... That was quite a game, you know?
It was one of the games of all time.
In fact, it was. But there is something, though, we should try and highlight here. And I think that ultimately what we're seeing here is a Furia team that, even though it wasn't looking particularly good in map 1, we're seeing a squad ball up that is showing some resolve. They're fighting
absolutely.
back here.
Full resolve, I think, in this one. There's so many moments here where I'm like, I think they're going to throw it, but they end up, closing out. And I think a lot of reasons is they're capitalizing on so many of the mistakes that Crew are making, and they're really, really understanding what Shy is going to do on the map, what Kesnet's going to do on the map, and where Crew are going to end up. And I think that's perfect on Icebox. Obviously, there's not many choices in some cases. It's going to be A, but most of the time, they're doing a great job staying on top.
I think in that first half, we actually saw a lot more variety with the attack side calling, too. MW Zera, they had some really interesting ideas with him diving in, having different pathings than you'd normally expect when you're playing the Jet comp on that Omen, followed up by some really good flashes out of Noswar. And that's what really propelled their lead initially there. But in the second half, that honestly should have been Crew's
No.
So
Let's keep talking about the first half.
many
I know. I
rounds
want to keep talking about the first half. Look, MW0 and the Omen, like especially you talked about the pathing into sites. I loved his teleport usage and smokes inside of mid. I think that the amount of times I've seen Omen locked in on this map and not used specifically to destroy the default killjoy setups infuriates me because the TP under tube into the corner over in Sandwich jumps past any sort of alarm bot on the ground, any sort of turret in kitchen. You can smoke off the turret if it's placed on boiler. And we saw a lot of that with MW0 going under tube, TPing on top of tube. Like, I thought that was really well-rounded.
Yeah, I think the theory was really good behind it. And the follow-up was there too, right? Like, we're seeing them do a lot more like plays on the fly, having like the kind of waiting and giving that time to set up a flash for MW when he's going for plays. It was a massive improvement from map 1.
Yeah, and then the second. But then...
And then the second half.
But then there was some silliness.
What's that?
This round destroyed me.
Yeah, well, what is it about?
Okay, so first of all, we're starting up. He's already getting overhealed. Hughes again jumps in the air, falls, and kills him.
That's a legendary movement.
Wingman, who plants in the worst position ever. And they just get stuck.
Why are you bullying Wingman?
They just
he's just trying his best out there.
I mean, this
like,
round
I get it. It was planted a little around the corner.
It was a national tragedy.
He's trying. He's trying his best, and you're just out here.
He should try harder.
What, Wingman, little bro?
Don't listen
Should
to
try
him.
harder?
Yes.
He's got like one job, bro. He's just
And he's not doing it well.
Yeah, well, I mean,
hate to
in
see
the
it.
wrong spot.
He's not providing value for the shareholders.
This is wrong.
And survey does not agree with you. All right, well, let's go ahead and see where we're headed for map number 3. Go ahead and put those behind us. Now, basically, a BO1. That's it. You just got to win this one, guys. If you're Crew or if you're Furia.
That's the one.
I mean, they're just looking for that win right
Crew
here.
have the chance to do the funniest thing ever and lose 13-11.
Lose another map by 2 rounds.
Of last year, where every series they're really close and then they lose by 2 rounds.
I really don't want to
Please
see
don't.
that.
I don't think that would actually be funny.
I mean,
It would be the saddest thing ever.
I would laugh. Personally,
I
think that would be
And
comedy.
he's a bad person,
This is
Chad.
funny, because it's Breeze. It's going to be a coin flip anyway. It's like in a game that, in my opinion, has been pretty coin flippy already. I think a lot of these retakes are not coming down to strategic value or anything like that. I think it's just coming down to who's getting lucky in the right moment, who's looking in the right moments in some cases. I think that's the kind of chaos that is happening in the game. We kind of expected it, and here we are.
And it's literally happening as a result, again, of how the teams are playing. Like, Crew continue sending, like, lurk on lurk in their typical fashion. We are going to see a continuation of that on this map of Breeze. That is without a doubt. I'm just wondering if there are any ideas here, like with the addition of Heat. Is it going to just be a KO on the map? Is it going to be, like, a Yoru
Give
plus
me a
Jet
Yoru
ideas?
Jet comp.
Yes.
I want it.
I also want it.
He was owning that map, by the way. His utility was really good on that one. I think he's flexing over into a different role super well and still having pop-off games like that. Like, I've actually been really impressed with the guy thus far.
Yeah, to be supportive as well is very interesting from the guy, too. So, yeah, I'm really curious. I do have to say, that comp, I don't think it was it, personally. I don't think it was...
you can definitely see the limitations and the
walls
walls that they ran into.
especially on the defense, like what you were talking about in the pregame, Christy, right? And like not having those extra layers the Jet gives you, the verticality, things like that. They were really missing it. But we're into Agent Select here, and standard for the side of Furia.
Remember, Furia played this in their first match against NRG, and they came out actually swinging pretty hard, but that was mostly because they were going into the stuff that we've been talking about that we want to see change, which was MW leading the charge, MW making plays for himself, MW requiring everything for himself. So let's see if that's changed at all here, and I think it might have.
We're just playing default Breeze, everybody. Like, hey, the teams know each other. We know how the comps work. Like, expectations are clearly set for these two teams. It is now specifically about reading them round to round.
Well, we're going to be closing out this Monday with a map 3, so let's go ahead and find out which of these teams are going to pick up their first dub and send it right back to your casters, Vansili and Remington.
That's right, Rave. We have some good, old, honest Valorant on Breeze. Yeah, you're a fun duo. But yeah, some good, old, honest Breeze here. Same compositions on both ends. And I think I agree with what they're saying on the desk. It's min-maxing what you could do now. Just kind of like playing Ascent default, right? It's MW0 versus Kesdin. How do you activate them? How do you place them? But at least they have new support players behind that, right? On one end, it's Nabskir. On the other end, it's Heat playing the KO, playing the Sova. And that's going to be the differences there of how these two players, these two star duelists, could get activated in these situations.
Get me in here. Whose aim is better right now? Crew came out first map real strong. Furia is able to come out in the second one. but that firepower favoring Crew already. The buys as well. Only one classic on the board as we would expect. It's going to be a lot of long-range battling on this first round. As the wall goes towards A, a little focus towards elbow, and yeah, the push.
Flash push, Havoc first blood, Melzer falls, Keston trying to answer back.
Wait a
The other
minute.
one's in the drone!
Wow.
He's in the drone!
What a drone.
Okay.
Like
well,
that's it, no?
We talked about shenanigans on Icebox. We're going to right away here pistol round on Breeze. All the three remaining
gonna
players of
concede
Furia at
plants.
least make it inside an open B site for a plant.
Planted.
Retake, the push, really the push up? MW Zera, so risky.
He needed to make plays.
He's trading.
Now long range, it's still won by Conan as he has a sheriff in his own hands. A 2 versus 2.
Shot.
Enemy remaining.
Landing little shots onto Heat as well.
Gonna
Even
be Furia.
Keston alone. Ghost on a 1 versus 2. Both players with shares, both playing together. And only one shot needed from Conan, so they save and salvage what happened on the A site.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to sell the fake altogether. Sold, purchased, bought. I don't know, Furia. Still able to make the B site work, though, because of that distraction, the little room that they gained. You got to work with what you got, and that timing MW Zero was able to create on the 1 push did dwindle the numbers enough to turn that round around. Oh.
Right in the eye.
Swept off the feet. All right. Into second, Outlaws, Guardians, everything that would keep Crew at a long distance here getting purchased up. It's not one tap, it's the other.
Yep.
Havoc picks that up, getting closer to the null command, that KO ult already. As MW Zera is going to be up in halls, just looking to get a quick lurk on and see what he can do from the back of enemy lines if he follows all the way through, and this isn't just an open door play. Really calm by Furia. Giving a good amount of respect here to Crew because always could pull something funky, but it's not going to be the case. Should be an easy plant towards A. And Crew, they have a really good opportunity with this comp. I mean, both comps are the same, but to play those retakes if they're using Klaus's util right? They know they're going to have to watch halls after this round. The defense is a little separated because of the low buy, but they could really start to set this up where they're getting those retakes like they were trying to do on Furia towards Icebox.
Caution here. At least you have that min-maxing, right? You look at those players remaining from Crew. They don't have any armor. We probably anticipated an outlaw coming out from NW0 in the second round. NW0 continuing to try to farm more kills. Cloud's getting a right click. Dink. But it's, once again, NW0 just holding W, trying to use this as cannon fodder and just trying to build up the Bladestorm ASCP. Last two just holding outside of the doors. Now spotted, double swing. Shy gets the pick and will dot his spike.
Down and done. 4 stay alive. Khalil really wasn't in a position to get a weapon there. No, just buys Vandal coming into bonus here. All right. See how Crew sets up. My eyes are on where Kesnet's going to go. Was roaming with Melzer for the first few rounds, but it seems like Kesnet will kind of be on a walkabout towards elbow. And then my next focus is MW Zera. What are they giving him? How are they facilitating this push into sight? Might be towards halls again. So a bit of a split with another lurk coming from the side of Fury. Almost a double lurk since halls will be played and you have Khalil over on the left side.
With that Guardian, though the knife thrown early did get a bit of info. Or picked up by Noswer. Early Owl Drone 2. Spotting MW0, and you see instantly they fall back a little bit from the tunnels as well from Kesnet. Since they've lost that drone in the early rounds, they just have to play the mid potentially a little bit more passively, especially with that camera pushed forward up towards B main for Crew. Furia though just waiting to re-hit towards the side of the wall. Still up for Conan, so he's gonna be meeting up with his teammates.
Enemy mod.
Knife grabbing one. They're once again still saving this knife because looks like they're trying to re-pivot towards B.
Oh, knife and dart down, and MW0 gets a kill there. Yeah, look how fast they turn back to the right, knowing this util window is open. Oh, Melzer closes it.
That's a clean shot.
That is so clean. Still waiting, pushed up as well. Heat 1 HP.
Still gets one. Decayed a bit from that wall and also staying away from the radius thrown by Havoc. And still survives, jumping away from bricks. Keston, meanwhile, it gets rid of the lurker. Khalil falls, and really nothing working in favor of Furia until the shot comes in from Havoc.
Smart rechecks by Crew. A dart went out, and then the 0 point went out. The knife from Heat, and Melzer's like, you know what? That's a perfect time for someone to check again, since we didn't get any info, and he calls the timing perfect, especially with this. It looked like they were good to go back towards A site, but no, they were not.
It definitely looked like a little bit of a beginning of Icebox, beginning of Lotus, where they're really over-rotating here for Furia, thinking that they could catch some players, run fakes, and just capitalize on rotates. And it almost did until that first shot came out on defense, though, from Melzer. A beautiful one that really stopped that train from Furia on its tracks where they couldn't get into A. So it was a round for Furia now, still with weapons.
Here.
Crew could still have a pretty decent buy. Melzer with the Guardian instead of a Vandal in the previous round. Dash is already activated. We're trying to hit this quick. W0 though being hit, melting down, being corroded by the snake bite. Low HP at 44 and still gets the pick onto Melzer. Meanwhile though, Shy is trying to hold the back of the site. Half wall, 1 for 1. Plat now engaged and placed. It's in the favor of Furia right now on his player advantage. Al Jong trying to clear out the front of Berlin, back in the front of the site. It does get the ping onto one player, and that's MW0 trying to rotate back. But a wall comes up to survive.
Nice
and
rush.
to save him. He's
They
now
can't get him.
hides in the corner, still gets a pick before he finally falls. A 2 versus 2 makes that now Heat alone. Knows that Conan's towards main, but has no information on Havoc. Flash now being thrown towards the
Does.
front. Now
They
finally sees him.
overflowed him.
Look at them playing the protocols, playing the time.
Nice shot.
As I say that, Havoc jumps up and gets picked. Tap on that spike. Conan now could play the time.
No time.
Gonna be difficult for Heat. Gets that pick, but the time will be close. No, he won't at all.
Don't cut the wrong wire! He knew it.
He did.
He knew it. He said, I just don't want to feel, I don't know, don't let it hit me. He's still backing up, going out. Crew. That was just a round where they get stuck in sight. Furia made that awkward with the speed that they hit it, and then MW0 cooking on the molly of Melzer. Melzer's like, oh, maybe I should push up and push the ladder area. No, still there, still there.
That's the crazy part too, because yeah, he went down to 44 HP, yet still gets an entry frag, still gets a second kill towards the back of the site.
It's all about making your enemy think differently, think of different scenarios happening than what they were ready for, and yeah, playing the mind games was MW0. They're back in. Outlaw for him, but Blade Storm is up. This is a very fast rotation towards mid doors for Crew.
Interesting wall being thrown on the defense for the retake, so they could actually flood back here from mid double doors. Yet the wall will still stay up if needed, because Melzer just won that fight against Havoc. Khalil though with the lurk, dropping Klaus, no opportunities for a trade. MW0 continuing with his Outlaw, looking down towards the A halls. And with the space that they gained, with the backside that they've gone though towards middle, it seems like Furia still wants to rotate over and attempt to retake control of mid.
I like that Khalil came back here. I thought we were going to get the caboose problem where the last person coming through is going to get hit by somebody watching mid, but everybody's very careful here.
Caboose, that's a name I haven't learned in a long time. Heard, rather. As I say that, finding my words, there's a contact play towards mid, and finally, Crew falling back. And it's really Kesnet just waiting for his teammates to rotate back towards the A site as Furia with the stronger buy will get a plant.
Oh. Yeah, nicely taking control of backside here. Repositioning the plant for safety. Good amount of ultimates here for Furia to use in the rounds to come. A null command is there. You're not going to reach Nazwa with that if it comes time in the site. And Furia seem to have a really good idea of where they want to go, how they want to read it. The two flanks they've been having, which was MW0 in halls and Khalil working around the map, haven't really been totally figured out by Crew. So Furia can keep doing that. No elbow plays yet from Furia. Still can flex into that. Really just working fundamentals on this. Oh. That's a beautiful picture of Shy that MW0 just drew. I gotta say. All right, we'll finish this one out. There's a shot from Kesnet. And they will go down. Crew tunnels. Furia pick up another one, and Viper's Pit ready.
You
Solo
timeout?
ult ready. 2 more put on the
Probably
board
not.
there, and 3 for Crew.
Next
So
round,
this
if
could
you
be a
lose, if
spicy
you're
round as
Crow,
we get
you
the operator online
kind of
for
timeout.
Kesnet.
No, they're gonna
Who calls a timeout?
They're gonna call the timeout now.
We'll see just how they want to put this operator into action. A nice little flex on this round for them to push forward, trying to get under the skin instantly of Furia on the attack side. Khalil's lurk has been very aware of trying to find those secrets that Crew is lurking into, though.
But you do bring up a great point where they haven't really added some early pressure on middle yet.
No.
For Crew Visa, and maybe trying to punish that late lurk from Khalil out towards middle. But although if they're trying to push down towards that elbow, you still have Khalil setting up that camera in that spot. So his responsibility right now is not really to try to get forward position and trying to create any type of diversion or ruckus here towards top middle. He's just trying to gain that information for the team. If anybody's going to be pushing out, how do they react to that? And finding a main could be one of those possibilities for Crew once again. I mean, they've done a pretty good job on that pistol round, and especially now that they have the op in hands of Kesnet. And we all know this KO and Jet on the A side. You could do these pop flashes for peek towards A main. Yeah, he's going to hold a tighter angle here from Palm Tree.
I think one of the things we look at, the mid's not being covered so much, if you look at the mini-map, is because this wall covers towards A. So if mid's open, they're trying to fight what's coming from tunnels or what's through the wall. But sometimes you get this mid wall that goes across like this from a Viper, and that allows you to play a little bit towards mid, which Crew is not doing.
Yeah.
So this switch up kind of lets Furia take mid, and Crew is playing the sights more.
As the out drone comes out from elbow, so it's not Crew trying to add that pressure, it's Furia instead. Kesnet has walked up all the way in front of A main here just to block that line, so it gives a chance for Crew Visa to have a better read for that mid control or a B stack attempt. You see how it's passively played here towards that spawn side, and there's only 2 players left inside the B site to try to detain. They're able to do that until Melzer gets dropped by Nosworth's Hunter's Fury. Klaus now slightly flashed, big camera up, couldn't contact that kill. Now Shy is going to try to rotate across, sees the top of the helm of Havoc, drops a spike here, nice second headshot there onto Conan. Spike now being dropped, he runs that clock down, given a chance for the rotate of Heat. Kesnet still moving up with that operator outside the nest and that camera. Both of them looked up and smiled here for Furia. Walking together towards the back of the site.
30
Shy's
seconds
waiting.
left.
The step.
Wide swing, shock dart, 4 HP remaining, but he has support there from Heat in the back of the arches. Nosworth decides otherwise.
Little jiggle feet. Shy's keeping himself safe. Oh, audio cue. Kesnet peering down the sights.
I mean, they're okay here. For Crew, Visa just hold it back.
It's a
There's
shot,
no way that
though.
Nosworth can win this.
This is gonna get found.
Either on kills or time. Crew finally got their second.
Nice control. Playing a little bit more towards the back of the site. Previously, we saw Crew falling in sight in those positions, right? They hold a lot stronger here. This time, making Furia come in before they can get any of those fights. And that's when you're really looking at multiple angles, when Furia has to second guess and swing the mouse, catching them off guard. 4 ults still here for Crew. They can easily punch back on this. They're going to be fighting against the Viper's Pit if the plant can come down from Furia. But it might be tough to get in the sight with this low buy. And Kesnet with the op mid. Nice find, though. That is a good start. Tip. Okay.
Good start, you're saying, for Crew.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, nice little shot there by Klaus just to make sure that he protects Kesnet as he's trying to walk back. And every type of angles that you're trying to push solo here for Furia to try to create some space with the lower buy that you have has been denied by Crew so far. Shy might get caught, leans out, there's some damage done, support from Klaus. That's actually pretty good. So far, Klaus has saved 2 of his players when they're being pressured at this point. So at least the fundamentals of being closer to trade is actually quite nice for Crew Visa so far.
Standing ahead.
Slow play. They're going to leave Kesnet by himself for now. Easy escape there. Op shot towards mid with protection on B main. So this is a
30
good
seconds
lean
left.
focus here from Crew with the knowledge they have, able to quickly snap down onto A site. If the Heat can stay alive in this one, they have a good chance of just stalling out double door.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
At least one.
Yeah,
And
that's the
clean
trade they
shot.
needed.
Very nice one for Crew Visa so far. And yeah, I mean, we're going back into the ground round for Furia right after. But the question is now is the late Halls lurk or the outlaw plays going to be non-existent, as you just see here? Or just saw, sorry, a Vandal buy coming out from NW0. But that said, the main point is that maybe the lurk towards Hall is not going to be as fruitful anymore, because now that they have money to work with for Crew, you can put that trip, you could get that support on middle. That's what we wanted to see at the beginning as well. So all they needed was to get that economy rolling. Some hard anchors that are actually working towards this B site. They've been challenged and weakened towards A, though, for a couple of these rounds. And now they're starting to see that it's going to be difficult as Furia players to actually start taking control of those halls and A site.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. 5 ults are ready, and you start off the round with an op kill. So you're thinking to yourself, we're probably not going to have to rebuttal any of the ults from Furia. They won't feel comfortable getting into sight and using them unless they can do it with this amount alive.
Dash in, oh, even above the trip, but not needed. He gets the easy kill as MW0 lands. And that slows down the rest of Furia trying to move inside this B side. And already they were kind of set up to play, I think, an anti-KO. I'm not too sure if Havoc have it, but no matter what, it was still an easy... Oh yeah, actually, we got opt at the beginning, right? So.
And they're going to run right back into that uh-oh, too, if they go back to A. Kesnet's already pushed up in A main, looking way down into their spawn. Yeah, almost an angle that Khalil's on right now, but he's got to swing a little bit forward for the archway.
At least for now, Furia, they get to enjoy the beautiful landscape of Breeze as for the next 30 seconds, they'll
left.
try to save their weapons. I mean, these are very important to try to carry over to the next round. The economy's down to almost nothing. And if they were playing this anti-KO setup here, because you have Shy playing with the trips more towards the A side, Cameron to look towards Halls, they know that they can play against a lot of ults in the next round.
10 seconds left.
Heat, 4K credits, goes hunting. Just seeing where they might be.
The orb emitting.
Throwing up the cam. All right, a good round for Furia to save as well. Getting into the site, low armor on this one, especially if they went B. Klaus could have just started dropping util back there with Melzer. Low armor chipped off right away, and then they just meet the full fury of Crew as they all come into sight. So a little bit more recouped. Some heavy armor, or full armor, I should say. And a shot by Kesnes. Oh!
Right at the pinky finger.
Watching this spot.
You know what it's like to jam your finger, yeah.
It hurts.
Felt that. That's an op to the finger.
It's like stubbing your toe, stepping on a Lego.
All right. It's just been alt hold for the past few rounds. Furia's not in a position to use theirs, but they're mounting. Crew has not had to use theirs, so they have an answer to basically everything, and we get the timeout.
Yeah.
The Furia timeout. How do you solve this puzzle? How do you break a few ultimates just to get through, and then make sure your hit counts? Because the money again is not going to be good. They lose this round. Furia does. They're still on 2,900 credits. You do the math. They have 3,600, 35 or 35, 31. It's a low buy again if they want to and keep pushing their money. Finn. All right, we're into this one.
See?
Oh, dang.
See, that pinky hurts.
Shot with an, oh my gosh, it's crazy. It was like felt through his teammate.
Damn.
Gotta watch out. Pings all to the right side. Oh my gosh, that minimap just got lit up like a light bright towards the right side of that pillar. Exactly where Melzer is standing. Let's see how they actually...
They're trying to do this quick off the null command. So at least now you've mentioned it. This first null command gives a chance for Furia to get the plant. And then you could be very aggressive here for Crew on the retake, but will they have... unlucky there. Shy went on a rotate across, got picked off by Khalil. The Hat gets the information that the rotate's coming all the way from spawn from Crew Visa, which means they don't have to worry about any type of flank at all. All of the focus could be towards the halls with the late lurk potentially coming out from Khalil. Here comes the attempt of Crew. Trying to fight back towards the back of this Viper wall.
Oh my,
nice shot by Kesden to drop Khalil though. Melzer gets that pick. Now maybe the ults might be coming forward. There's that null command out on the defense. Aldro to look inside that pit. That clock is ticking. They have to act quick. Beautiful underhand flash. Now you're sticking on that spike. There's only one left to go. It's Nabskir who gets all of the kills.
Holy fuck.
How does he land that?
Continuously fragging out today, clutching for the squad. Nabskir back in, calling the shots and hitting the shots when Furia needs it. One off the ult. Let's watch it again.
Oh my god.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And he shuts the door on the attempt of the retake there from Crew.
Incredible. Incredible stuff from the IGL.
You mentioned the amount of ults that they had to counter what Furia had on their end, yet only using an ult command.
Yeah. They
So confident.
The timeout works. Nabskir, go frag. Perfect. Here we go. Klaus gonna check mid. Should be able to get good info. They do find where MW0 is, which is a big spearhead for the team. And they can consider the hit won't be happening just yet for Crew or for Furia. Towards that defensive side. Easy play towards A. They just have to watch mid with this pit up for now. So they have lessened the kind of pressure Furia can put on the map for now. But this mid control, again, always becomes a question. And I think Furia know they can work it. Say, okay, we don't have any extremities. Mid's open. Let's see if we can find our fight there. And they are ready to pick off or trade off each other.
Just playing behind the pit. This is a smart way to play it now for Furia.
Oh.
They'll open the door, and that's going to add a lot of pressure for Heat. Thankfully, there's a one-way here to help him out. And there's that first contact. Nobody to trade off, so this gives a chance here for Heat to run that clock down. Slow players down. Updraft, second kill coming through. Off shot from Kesnet to get that pick. Blade Storm now activated from Kesnet, who's trying to watch it from the spawn. Melzer staying inside the pit, but the spike is down with 17 seconds left. There's a garden kill, allowing a chance for us to pick up the spike if we can. As a hat comes out, infos on the last players. Up shot missed, trying to get in for a plant. The tap comes in. 5 seconds left. A shot gets the big on the Nabskir and Kesnet.
Let's go,
keeps
cool.
running it down. And allows Crew to tie up the game once more.
Are you gonna say deal? Oh, he
Melzer's
did.
little smoke through Furia for a loop. Conan expected the peek from Halls to be happening. Didn't know that the smoke was blocking that, and it just catching the side of his head there. Thinking his teammate had back sight. It's the split second plays where the comms can't even come through yet. That they're taking a hold of these rounds. Very nicely taken. Kesnet forward to push. Still gets the operator as he backtracks to get it after the round ends. All right, a lot of the ults have been expended. Dueling Hunter's Fury is a possibility on this round. But again, it's a low buy for Furia. I feel like they've been living in the low buy land the second part of this first half.
Yeah. The economy will stay low as they lose one player. Saw that trip pulling him back.
And not destroyed yet either, just tagged in that trip. So they still have to worry.
And that's dash gone. So it's going to be much more difficult to try to re-enter the B site. So Furia trying to move back on A.
Yep.
Late alert from Conan. Here's the rotate. Is this KO? Heat holding it down towards Castle. Melzer playing it aggressively. Shy getting the pick onto Conan.
Conan.
Melzer able to fall back as he was trying to use his own orb as a extra obstacle to try to get one pick before he falls back, but he'll play the numbers.
Bounding around, getting back into position. MW0 playing some mind games, getting people to look his direction. Kesnet's ready.
Very ready. Up dropping, dashing away, baiting it out for a shot
That's
to get
the
pick.
spike.
And
That's
MW0
the home.
was trying to create a diversion towards all
Very
balls.
good defense side.
Really gets picked in the end as his teammates fell. Nothing to really
Like
do
Breeze
at that
is
point in this lower buy.
it's an attack-sided
Hunter's
map,
Fury still
so
available.
especially with
Havoc
holes
maybe will
reopen.
have a null command if they could focus on orbs and plant.
Yeah. Jeez, when Kesnet and Heat get going, how do you stop these two? 12
So if you just get
11
6
and 5. Shy's there still fragging.
and maybe
Everybody
7
getting their
on,
hands in the pie
like
on
that's
this
a really
one.
good defense
And
side.
Kesnet's information cannot be understated here. Or I should say overstated. Ooh.
So that's the classic A main control pop flash, and it was instantly thrown back on the other end too, and tried to get the wall bang shot. You saw as soon as they fell back now towards the site, Kezet dropped his op to pick up a Phantom. So they feel some sort of maybe re-hit coming out from Furia towards the A side, and he'll be ready with the rifles to help out instead of going buckshots.
A lot of the rounds Furia were able to take a hold of were very fast. It's tough to be very fast with the operator when they're moving that quick. Plant goes through, Heat starts us off, first blood.
Counter Hunter's Fury, nice flick coming through from Kezet for that kill. Klaus meanwhile gets a Hunter's Fury kill onto Havoc. 2 players at a disadvantage for Furia, but it's Nosware. He's been and come up clutch before, instantly gets denied. Dash forward, Kezet is going for it. He does not want to give a chance here for Furia to really set up, but MW0 is the one alive. Dash away, snake butt on the ground, one hit on the spike, up drop on the top, but couldn't connect on the shots. Crew Visa will get the defuse and also the lead ending the half, 7-5.
7-5 is a really good half.
From Furia here. Seems like they just had the read on where they needed to be, how they needed to stop, what was
especially since I think they lost the pistol light.
It was the lurk from Khalil. Then all of that started to get shut down as Kesnet got the operator in hand, and the team was able to use their utility across the map where Kesnet wasn't looking to gain more info. Info game was that, and then Crew again just popping off with the shots. Kesnet and Heat, 13 frags apiece.
Yeah, definitely a good game, and it's tight going back and forth now between these two teams. But let's hear from Nosware and get his take on making a return to Furia.
Ah, sim, se sente como estar em casa, né? Eu já estava antes na Fúria, conheço o Jaime, conheço todo o staff, né, que representa a Fúria. E também, tipo, se sente bem. Eu acho que vai ser bem para mim também, tipo, essa nova etapa para como jogador, voltar a ser capitão. E também para ensinar e conseguir aprender mais no rolê novo.
Yeah, teach more, learn more, getting back to that leadership role now for Furia and trying to, once again, I mean, he's leading by example pretty much at this point too with that clutch that we saw a couple of rounds ago.
I think the teach more part is where he's getting in right now. He's like, remember how to do this, guys? Like, I'll re-show you, don't worry. But no, it's so true, right? You get into a team, it still has to be the synergy, and you're always learning. You're always in that mentality where you can grow and hone your skills. And Nosware, especially in the IGL position right now, with that pressure on, you're looking at the mini-map more. You're trying to formulate plans while you're hitting your chat button, or not even having to hit a chat button rather, but just talking to your team, and then you might get peaked at the same time. It's not a perfect world. It's not like every time you call a strat, the other team waits for you. So yeah, it's what they talk a lot about, having the IGL be able to get the frags in too. Their focus isn't always on that crosshair. All right, we're in 7-5, second half. Furia now to be on defense. 20 seconds left on this one. It looks like it's just going to be a soft B site for Furia. They're ready to play the back of that. Crew may be able to punish it. Ghost across the board for them. Kesnet's actually going to get Ghost armor. That feels good. We put that much responsibility on him, but trust in Kesnet. Let's go.
A little bit of raid boss on the attack, leaning heavily towards the B site to start.
Yep.
Camera watching the elbow to try to catch a timing of a walk down push on the defensive side, and does he see nothing? Try to engage now towards B. Knife being thrown first just to flush out the initial cycle rather of the Viper util. But after that, they don't really try to pivot themselves in the front of the site to really try to dash back in. They're going through the elbow side.
Slow up. First look here was some Shy, so they have that coverage on back and still towards the door. Oh, wow. They're so close. They're knocking on the front door, and they're going to be right in Furia's face. What?
What?
How? Doesn't matter yet. Heat answering back with 2 of his own. As Shy is trying to move forward, catches to rotate. NW0, that's falls. Now you hear the footsteps of Khalil running around this B site, and they definitely know with the rotate coming back from spawn that the A site is now open.
Eyes in the sky. They'll be able to see exactly where Crew's going when they get back into sight. It may count for 1 if they can get this cam to count. Good lurk here from Klaus, could just throw this all up in the air, but the lurk is through halls.
Yeah, camera just spotted there, Shy. And they haven't broken it down, but there's that lurk from behind. Havoc pushing all the way down. At 12 HP, is gonna fight against the other KO. Heat at 26. So the important fight is inside the site. Khalil wins it. Turns around.
Damn.
Wow. And Havoc finds the timing to allow Furia to get the pistol.
For the life of me, I was thinking 2 halls. This is going to be tough. You put so much direction on the opening of the door. There's 2 in A main, so of course one peeks around, but no, everything falls into place. 2 halls for the retake to go for the long
That's how
that happened.
Wild to think of in the moment. And yeah, that start off, which must have been like, shoot with me now. They had the timing down.
It was also pretty wild because from the POV of Crew, you saw that recon dart come through towards the top of tunnel, heading towards the wall. So quite surprised that 2 of them still got pinged trying to engage an entry inside B. And that's an error here that's going to be costly, at least to start. That forces Crew Visa to be on an eco. And MW0 once again with an outlaw to look towards main.
Pressure across the map for Crew. Just little bits of everything. Do they hear anything in mid? Do they hear anything from elbow? But they're faced with an outlaw right now. And
Nice
that's the
shot.
back of Klaus to start.
Easy shots. Beautiful assists coming out from Havoc. That knife just scattered Crew, trying to just anchor up towards the A side shot.
Almost.
Slow reload, knows they have to back up. Little window taken there by Melzer, but not much space to be gained.
Yeah, and even Melzer's running up without really waiting for Kesney, who's moving up with him. He has a sheriff to work with.
Enemy remaining.
And now he has a sheriff to work with against a whole
It's
roster.
gonna be a flawless.
Makes that work.
Not fighting.
But instantly gets stopped by
Almost.
MW0. We're tied up 7-7 in this third map.
That should be the buy. What do they come out with? Obviously no operator money there for Kesnet. I don't know if they would go for it with the speed. They're gonna have to play with how much space they're gonna have to get into this operator's face themselves. But never counted out. Outlaw stands. MW Zera starts pocketing a lot of credits here for the following rounds. And we switched over. A lot of this Cypher util is gonna be all over A. Cam's been there normally. Just this drone push. Facilitating MW Zera for another outlaw hit. Not the same result from A main.
No, Kesney was waiting. Just the timing of the L drone to get towards elbow through the doors. He could run out and get the tight angle hold. Or the tight angle peak, rather, to spot MW0 and take him down. But at the same time, the spike stays towards the spawn. Nobody really reacting out of this because they're trying to see, since you do have Furia on a disadvantage, on also a bonus, that they might try to engage more aggressively. But there's nothing. So at the 1 minute mark, spike gets picked up. 3 players are moving down towards mid.
Just wore off. That was his, KO knife thrown over towards A. We just heard it wear off onto Heat, so they have a little bit of time here to get through. A lot of noise just being made on the rope. Trying to play mind games as they go through mid, and it's not playing with Khalil at all.
And that dart actually just pinged both of them inside the site. Beautiful flash from Havoc, it's traded out.
Spike down A.
And Nas were pinging a few players in the front of the site, doesn't put into account Melzer, that almost punished him. But there is that push forward from Heat on the other side by Orange. You convert now.
No bonus.
Or at least you're able to win your gun round for a Crew against the bonus of Furia.
What an interesting round there towards the end. Obviously just hitting the site, but Shy playing on the rope, bringing back the lurk from all across the map. And you kind of saw when Crew plays like that, when a team plays like that, you're expecting big pushes. You're expecting someone to push up on that bonus, get a frag. You don't want the spike to drop, so it's in spawn as you just suss out the entirety of the map. Right up the gut through mid. Actually haven't seen it a lot in this map of the series, but Crew feels like it's one that they can employ. All right, all towards A. This lurk still from Shy, and a full retake. MW Zera's operator waiting, looming over the site from bridge.
And No command allows for them to get inside the site for Crew Visa. Kesden moving forward, trying to spray with the Phantom, connects onto Noswer. Meanwhile, Heat has fallen down, door gets open, flooding in or the defenders outside from the bridge, and Kesden was alone, but at least got the info. Shy has to cut the crossfire, across the rotate rather. As Khalil jumps up, he denies access to Furia to move inside the A site. There's only 2 players left. It's MW0, heavily wounded with this operator.
Nice shot.
Dropped by the hands of Klaus, and that will be all for Furia. He had to try to keep the op alive for the next round.
Yeah.
Crew Visa now are able to score another round on the attack.
This is getting a little chaotic. I mean, with how far they pushed up and died back here in sight, it did throw them off. But it made me think Crew's pushing too far. They're dying a little too early. And then for some reason, Furia felt like they needed to do it more. Jumping out, trying to get control over it without utiling into the site. And I feel like Crew identifies out of this. So like, okay, if they're going to have MW0 on an op in the back of the site, we can dislodge him a little bit. We swarm the site, and they almost don't have a chance to get back at us because MW0's power has been coming a lot from the beginning of the round, stopping them from getting in the site. Once they closed that space, it was so hard for him to do his job.
Yeah. And that's the beauty that Kesden had, to be that disruptor, to push and just dance around this whole time, to really not allow for Furia to set up to that type of play that they were trying to do there. So
it becomes identify the op game.
Yep.
Before Crew moves. Going to be a timeout here from Furia, as we see Adam chatting on the screen a little bit. But yeah, Furia timeouts have brought on the results. We do see the game change a little bit, the style that they're trying to bring to the table a little bit each time we get one of these with coach's input. But is it gonna be enough now? Crew on those low buys, getting help from each other. Heat will be able to buy once we get back in, easy peasy. And the spikes down just for the start of this one as they chatted out. Ultimates, not too many, just Khalil at this point. And it looks like Crew has kind of figured out how to hit these sites to give Furia the most trouble. That last one, a gun round here, and that loss is gonna force Furia down onto the low buy. How much do they protect Kesden? Looks like, or sorry, MW0, and they'll try to get a peek mid first, maybe. This is what they need, right? Every round MW is able to do this. Furia's info was so much better, and their control of the map is so much better. If MW0 gets pushed off, it becomes so tough. Here we go.
Yeah, seems like a knife towards shop and a recon dart towards the sands, and yeah, that'll get a bit of information while you try to opt towards mid. And that knife is all to break that poison orb potential, so that Kesden could get that light down. Sorry, MW0 could get that light down towards bottom middle.
I gotcha. I'm plaguing you. All right, towards A. Oh, that timing was wild.
Ooh,
saw the elbow.
Yep.
Here.
Nice shot.
Not shy about that shot.
At all.
Instantly taking him down, and again, they hit the crux. Furia is in pain.
And again, that's the best weapon, the best chance that they had here for Furia to try to get some sort of breathing room to rotate and retake the A site. That would have given an extra weapon in the hands of one of the defenders of Furia. Now Shy watches the flank. Yeah, it's a long-range battle. Doesn't get damaged that much, while Noswer decides to fall back instead. And you see here Kesden walking out towards mid, trying to prevent here the defenders of saving the operator. And as the orb comes down, and there you go, they pinched in from the back. Now towards the top, Shy makes some noise, he gets dinged, falls back, and his teammates there to help. That's Heat with the last kill.
Nice Flores.
Wow. For it to these rounds, you think for Crew or for Furia, you build it up, you got that operator, and it's the first thing to drop. Absolutely taking any win out of the sales Furia had that round. They push around, get pulled around the map. MW0 still gonna be able to have the operator. Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury up for post plant. Crew hasn't even needed to really get to the post plant in these last few rounds. They're taking all the bodies with them to take the W on it. And just these peaks up towards the halls area before they fake an A. Spike is at A, so mid to A looks like it will be what they want to hit. This is a little bit more forward of a position though for Furia.
Oh, and that knife only spots one. So you're finding a little bit more confidence out of Furia to try to walk out, but this is going to be dangerous for Klaus. He's the one with the spike. And W1D3 is the one walking forward with the op. Aldrone then comes back, but that's a ruse. Wall came up too, and it might get pulled back down as soon as they get the line. Meanwhile, though, you mentioned that push coming out from middle to A site. But there you go, he's by himself in the back. That's spike down. Although at least Melzer is able to get that pick onto Havoc. Players are falling down, hats are being thrown, and now they'll realize that Spike is up to grabs quite easily. The backstab after onto MW0. Last player now spotted at mid double doors, or the A-Hall's doors rather, and that becomes a clean round by Crew. Not at the beginning.
Yeah.
But towards the end, definitely.
Picks again and again. Watching the extremities, they're just not allowing any of these 1v1s to go to the side of Furia. Crew's firepower is coming into play again, as we saw on map 1, where it's just outright fights that they're winning. To start off the round, you just tear apart the defense of Furia. Losing the Viper in the beginning there, you have no wall to defend. It just becomes so much tougher. Hitting all the right pain points of Furia right now, Crew is. Either side of the wall here in mid. And they're just changing up how they do the lurks, right? This was actually Kesnet in mid last time. Now Kesnet's gonna hit B, but they still hold that mid area, kind of transferring into each other's positions if they do decide to lean.
And he's trying to play behind the defensive Viper wall too to try to catch some players off guard. Now there's the damage, and Bowser connects. He does get one, but Conan was right there for the trade. Weapon advantage, still in favor of Crew. Pushing back towards the A side as we have that late lurk, or the forward position of Shy all the way up towards A halls. Aldrone clears out at least up to bricks. Doesn't spot anything as they see that recon dart being thrown by Nosler out towards the A site. They'll choose otherwise now for Crew. Pivoting back towards B.
And watching behind him already. Nosler has to be afraid of the back. They have to be afraid of door.
30
out in the middle of
seconds
nowhere is Khalil, hoping to find a shot with nobody looking at him.
Oh, they weren't looking, but at least he gets a third one.
Got the caboose. Into B they go. This lurk, this
So
Kingpin's going to be big from Shy.
Not anymore after that kill.
Oh, yeah.
So the hat was thrown out. Shy's positions actually in danger. Cage comes up, Conan falls. Meanwhile, just by the elbow, and as the cage comes down, Shy stayed inside it the whole time, and Nosler wasn't ready. Khalil now becomes the last player standing. And also, now falls with the rest of his teammates, and Crew are now at map and series point.
It's again just the little things. That lurk was so perfect. The frag comes through, Cypher hat goes down. Like you said, jig is up. Can't do much about it.
Yet still wins. Yet still wins the fight against Nosler.
Yeah.
Right there.
Boom. They're almost getting the plays. All right. 12-7, game point for Crew here to look for their first stage 1 win. Klaus drops MW0 from spawn. The first time he tries to peek up over elbow in that area without just pushing down mid regular. And now A main control for Furia. This might force the hand of Crew, but they have not been stopped by that before.
Not too sure what weapon MW0 had there before he got picked off, but when you're jumping up like that, maybe trying to find a timing with an op if you had that money.
And B is completely
nonetheless, it was red here by the attack side. Klaus is ready for it, calls it for the team, and they get the player advantage. Grouping up all together, needing Klaus to move in with the recon dart so they can execute as a full team inside B. Fury out now on the attack. Meanwhile, Kesnet does get the pick. Klaus trying to find some information with, and cancels out the ult, thinking somebody's pushing out towards the elbow. Khalil gets the wallbang though onto Kesnet. Null command being pushed up by Havoc. They do have lure weapons, only 2 Guardians and a Bulldog in their hands. Spike now going down, the 3 versus 3. Crew now forced to stay inside the site. Khalil gives some hope for Furia as it's up to Klaus and Heat. Under attack, pushing through. Heat comes around the corner. Now left the corner and picked off as Crew will finally seal the deal and win the series against Furia.
2-1. They take the series. Lotus and Breeze being their victories. A little bit of chaos on that last round.
They almost won Icebox too,
Conan went to
like
fire
it
as
was
well. He moved a
13-11.
bit, aimed too far down and shot it into the ground, so it never made it to sight. That's why Fury was coming back so hard into sight.
And Fury are really,
Sorry, that
really
was Mel's as well. Sorry,
disappointing.
switch on the scoreboard.
They
here
lose
as I'm looking at it.
at
Oh my
kickoff
gosh, that could have
twice,
cost them the round.
and
Another
now
win
they
for
lose
Fury, but no, Crew
2-1,
holds
and
strong.
the map they
chaos didn't
win is
matter.
like
They were thriving in it the whole
fucking
time.
13-11 map.
And it looks good from Heat and Kesnet. Heat on top, 22 frags for this one, topping the list a lot of the series as well with Kesnet, and it looks like we have a new set of Bash Brothers.
And definitely when we had the questions on the desk, and even for myself when we started this series, there were some question marks, and we won't believe it until we see it. What actually looks good? Are the pieces good right now? Heat coming back, is he informed? Definitely is. That's the first question. He's able to have to support Kesnet. It's not really Kesnet alone, but Klaus had great moments. Shy anchoring the site, so overall it still looks pretty good.
Dude, Klaus's opening kills on Lotus, get out of here.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
This is still against the Furia, so there's still much more to get tested. Is it clean? Maybe not as clean as Paulo was mentioning, right? That second map, they kind of overcooked on that comp.
Right.
And maybe didn't get those right rotates through, but overall, when you play default, a little bit more honest Valorant, as you just mentioned on Breeze, or that first map on Lotus, they definitely did look good.
Absolutely. Looking at Naswar as well, coming in with the calls going to him. Naswar looked clean across the server. The team was getting the strats down, but again, Crew's firepower today was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and so far at least, though, when you're looking at Furia, what can you say here? Any signs of hope here looking at this roster?
Absolutely. Furia, the way they were playing, I think became stale because it depended on the lurk a lot. It depended on either being fast or that lurk, and Crew picked it apart, but MW Zera is still making the plays. Khalil, the timing on the lurks were kind of getting snuffed out, but that is easy things to look at, easy things to bring forward, and right the ship for the next time.
Yeah, and if at least anything, Nas were also coming in as a role as an IGL and also being a clutch
looking
player.
straight up for that. It's going to be very good for Furia moving forward.
And this is also pretty good too when you're looking at a map like Breeze Havoc, like his debut on Havoc. Remember that on Breeze against Energy? It wasn't the best when it came down to that, but at least Naswar is able to add that leadership as well to help a newcomer coming in from the Union at Ascension last season, going into this one, and also now being able to probably be an important factor into Furia's roster later on, right? But at least now, let's send it over to the floor where Geek Heavy's at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Vans. Now we are here with Heat, bringing the heat. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, I gotta ask you, how does it feel winning in your debut on Crew?
Como é que você se sente ganhando na sua estreia pela Cru?
Eu tô muito feliz. É algo
He's
que
very happy.
é emocionante pra mim porque fiquei um ano sem jogar no stage, então vindo agora aqui com o time e estrear com a vitória e jogando muito bem é muito satisfatório pra mim. Então só tenho a agradecer a equipe e a todo mundo que me apoia para que fez isso acontecer. E vamos aí, tamo junto.
Well, after a year without playing on this stage, I'm back and I'm winning the first game. I'm really happy with it. It's very emotional. I'm very emotional right now, so I just want to thank you guys and my team for your support.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, honestly, just thank you for just being such an amazing, astounding player. Now, this was also your debut on a non-duelist role, so I'm kind of curious, how did that feel, being more in I would say, like a flex role?
Primeiramente, a gente agradece e muito bom ver você de volta. E a estreia também de um não duelista, né? Como é que você está se sentindo nesse papel novo, mais flex?
Bom, nos treinos eu tô me saindo muito bem, eu tô treinando com vários agentes diferentes e creio que tá sendo algo bom pra mim, creio que é novos ares, né? Então isso tá sendo muito bom e é isso, sigo treinando para ser mais flex possível, para atender mais o que a equipe quer, e é isso.
Yeah, during the practice, I'm trying new different agents, and this has been very good for me, because I'm I can bring other things and I can keep getting more and more flexible and to help my team to get to the objective.
Yeah, and the objective is to win, which is what y'all did today. Now, the first map, y'all dominated. Map 2, things got a little bit shaky there. But map 3, y'all brought it all the way home. So I'm kind of curious, what do you attribute the overall win for Crew tonight?
Primeiro mapa vocês arrebentaram, segundo mapa meio que foi pro lado deles, né? Mas no terceiro mapa vocês voltaram. O que você acha que foi realmente a coisa que fez vocês virarem o jogo e ganharem no final?
Eu acho que a nossa postura veio diferente nesse terceiro mapa. Creio que a nossa confiança, a gente falou que vamos entrar com confiança, vamos pra cima, que seja fazer uma jogada errada, mas estamos pra frente trocando tiro. Então acho que isso foi o fator crucial pra mim. Acho que a confiança de estar todo mundo junto e é isso.
Yeah, we came back for this third map with a lot of confidence, and we were just, we have this posture to just go for it, make mistakes, but with the goal of winning, and that's what happened in the end.
Yeah. Now, I know you weren't there for kickoffs, but I'm personally curious. I'm pretty sure everyone out there is curious as well. Do you want that rematch against G2? Again, I know you weren't there, but things might be a little bit different now.
Você não estava lá quando o Cruz jogou contra a G2, né? Mas você tá de olho nisso, tá querendo ver esse rematch?
Bom, eu quero jogar contra todo mundo no torneio. Acho que isso é o mais importante. Eu creio que cada adversário eu vou enfrentar com a mesma mentalidade e que se foram eles, vamos fazer um jogão também. Vamos pra cima e é isso.
I want to play everyone. But of course, if we have to play them, we're gonna do a great game against them. I just want to play everyone.
Amazing. Well, Heat, welcome to the Crew.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Crew. Now, we're going to toss things over to just a very, very quick break, but we're going to head on over to the analyst desk with GB, talking to Adam.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage. So you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tiene que concretar el planazo, pero Angela Molina lo deja. Es la doble para Deus.
Informação do Liaz que estava tentando marotar o MW, deu a volta. E na Ultimate!
Welcome back, everyone, to the post show here for VCT Americas and Crew Esports. Crew Visa, Crew whatever you want to call them. They picked up a dub here today, one championship point richer, and we're now joined by Coach Adam here to talk about that win. Congratulations, man. That must feel awesome to get that win up there on stage with the team.
Our first league win in history.
Yeah, it's actually kind of significant, right? What you guys managed to do, you taking down Furia the way that you guys managed to do so. I could tell though there was a little bit of concern. You were a little worried for a few moments there. What did you tell the team to keep them motivated going from map 2 to map 3?
I think that one of our biggest problems is like to keep playing on the same level of intensity, and intentionality is a word that we use. So it's hard for them to keep like the rhythm through the whole series. So especially this match, most of the pauses I use them to speak with them. I think this match was one of probably the most where I was like hard speaking with them. Like I spoke like
harshly, or
like do this, do that, like very.
Yeah, or more like I don't know the word in English. Like,
in Spanish?
Regañar.
Oh, okay. So you were like, basically, you were trying to be more forceful with them.
I was trying to pull out from them more, like.
Yes.
Because usually I just say.
Stern, being more stern with them. Yeah.
But this time I think that I tried to take it from inside from them and take it out.
And it worked.
Yeah.
I feel as I did. On the icebox, it was hard, but we came back.
Yeah.
And then they won us.
Yeah.
On Breeze, it was the same. We started really, really deep, really low.
Yeah.
And as soon as the match evolved, also they evolved.
Yeah.
And they were really high and really, really strong. Like they were, like really intense.
Yeah.
And I believe that was what gave us the win.
Yeah.
I was a little worried too, because after Icebox, so we started thinking, there's another close game, like another close map that Crew lost, and that was a story all last year. You guys were, despite not winning any series, and I don't want to keep bringing that up, but they were all really close, right? Like you guys could have, like there was 3-round games, 2-round games constantly against C9, against Loud. Like I was kind of worried it was the same thing. So is that something that you guys are focused on this year to try to keep that intensity, try to close games out?
Yeah. That's our main issue always, like closing games, because I don't know, at least my players tend to think about things that you're not supposed to be thinking in game when things go wrong. And they have like that fight, like daily fight of thoughts. And when you are thinking too much, or when you are thinking about your feelings, and you are feeling too much, your judgment gets blurry.
Yeah.
But when you control your feelings and you focus more on what you're thinking, your decisions are better. So if your decisions are better, you play better.
Yeah.
And if you play better consistently, you at the end win. So it's for us means a lot to win today. Like a breakout point, because we have always carried that cross that we can close series. But now we did, and I believe and I feel really confident that the team will get stronger with this.
Build off of that win. Yeah, of course.
Also, I believe that all of them are really momentum guys.
Yeah.
And winning for us is like water in the desert, as we saw in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah.
We were so strong because we were winning and winning and winning, and each win made us stronger and stronger and stronger. So I think that this is a good step to make a good
I remember saying if we had played the champions when Crew was going on their run in LCQ, you guys would have ripped everyone apart because you guys were feeling yourself in a way that we didn't get to see all season. So and it's great insight as well.
Yeah, I did want to ask you about getting stronger, especially you have to bring in Heat. The first question is, how long did you actually have to practice with Heat and know that he was going to be coming into the team? And then how has it been to incorporate him in on a Flash's role for the most part?
Well, Heat was like, MTA had a wrist problem 2 days before we start practicing for now. So we as Latin teams, it's really hard for us to make changes because we need to get a visa, a working visa for the players. And there was no real scenario where we can do that.
But Heat had it on. But he had it then.
Yeah, but he got married last year, and he's living here in the US. So our list was like 3 guys, and one of them was Heat. And we spoke to him, like, we call him now,
Yeah.
We asked him, hey, can you scream in 1 hour? Yeah, I'm down. That was like
Wow.
Wow.
That's
Can you scream in 1
amazing.
hour? Yeah, I'm down.
Wow.
So he came in.
And you said this was only like a few days ago.
No.
Or no.
So you got a full session of practice, though, right?
Yeah,
Like-
we practiced, I think 1 month.
Okay, so you had a
Yeah.
decent amount of time.
Yeah.
But it was still one of those like, oh hey, you want to play?
Yeah. And our decision window was really small because you need to practice. You need to prepare 7 maps.
Yeah.
And you have 1 month, and the level of the the challenge in the league is to keep consistent. Because next match, for example, MIBR have information from some of our maps.
Yeah.
So you really need to work deep on each map to be prepared for the whole season. So it was hard, but I think that he make everything in his power to make the team work.
Yeah.
And he was really important on that. And I don't know, like I feel one of the thing that make him click with the team the most is like his personality. Because
That's good.
we are like a really fun team. We're always joking. We're always laughing. We're always doing like tricky things or just annoying the other one. And he is like that. He
perfect.
Instant click with the team, and I feel that make him like.
Makes him fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fits in the unit.
I
That's
always got
awesome.
that vibe whenever I was casting you guys. I would see in the chat before the game, you guys are just typing up some.
Yeah, we are always. They are always bothering.
So funny.
Yeah. No, hey, that's good to hear. We like to hear that the spirits are up with the crew lineup. That's always a positive as well. Well, let's go ahead though and take a look at where we are for our first week of Stage 1, since it's all in the books. And here is a look at the Alpha and the Omega group.
What's going on in Alpha? Everybody's getting wins.
Whoa!
It's literally that.
Hey, MIBR though, top 1.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
MIBR are dominating Omega Group without even playing.
They're owning the competition. Fascinating result on that is definitely. I didn't even like put 2 and 2 together. I was like, oh yeah, all the Alpha teams won this week. Okay, so Alpha living up to the name. Really, that's well done.
We had extra pressure this game.
Yeah.
Because we saw the board and everyone won on Team Alpha. So the guys were like,
we gotta win.
Yeah, we can be the
we can't be the only team.
We can't lose this match. Like,
it's hilarious.
We can be the guys that has 0.
Yeah.
So, but it was a funny pressure.
Yeah.
But I feel that some of them totally like.
Hey, yeah, no, I'm totally with it. I believe it, man. I believe it. That is awesome. Well, let's go ahead and see where we are with the schedule. We got some more matches. Obviously, it's going to be coming your way. So we're going to be kicking things off on Saturday. You got G2 versus 100 Thieves. So that's going to be fun. We'll get to see G2 against another team. So that'll be nice. And then we're going to get Sentinels versus Leviathan. That will surely be an interesting matchup. And for the rest of it, well, you're just going to have to, stay tuned to all of our social media and everything. Just find out the schedule. But I'm sure you guys can find it out there. It's not that hard. But in any case, so guys, we want to thank you so much for joining us here today. We want to thank Coach Adam for your time. Thank you, brother. Always appreciate it. Congratulations to Crew Esports. Buy the Crew Bundle. It's pink. It's gorgeous. Come on, people. And we'll see you guys next week right here. Same place, same time. Adios.
Bye. Adios.
I need to believe it when I'm going to see it. From whose side? I mean, somebody's going to have to win today.
Yeah. I mean, already this is a game that requires the ham horn to be pulled out. So get out your ham horns because we're about to get onto Lotus and see what these 2 teams have for Stage 1.
So I played a bit of stream. I did my lab I completed my tier 10s and I run my tier 11. I have like both fucking invitations for like blue and red. Like the first fucking Guardians shit to do, and I also have fucking Syndicate ready to.
Atlas, mine.
Your champion looks vicious. Cold. Crush. Melt. Hunger. Hunger without end. The tangle will not be slaughtered. Trample. Rhetoric. Melt. Slaughter. Trample. Obliterate.
My spirit is spent.
Hunger. Feast. Digestion. Obliterate. Hunger without end. Cold. Trash. Obliterate. Hunger. Feast.
Yeah, of course.
Mash. Cold. Trash. Hunger. Hunger without.
Clog out.
But anger will not be denied.
Come. Go.
Feast. Vash. Melt. Hunger.
Oh my fucking god.
Hunger without end. But anger will not be denied. Feast. Come.
My spirit is spent.
Crush. Vash. Melt. Slaughter. Crush. The pain never ends.
Head open. Go.
Okay, good. Fucking fire one.
Our best. Stay vigilant.
Maven, the challenge begins. Your champion will fall. Simulacrum. Deep space. Astral avalanche.
Holy.
Deep space. Solar storm. Simulacrum. Deep space. Deep space. Solar storm. Replica. Astral avalanche.
Holy pixel.
Deep space. Solar storm. Simulacrum. Deep space. Fades.
Okay. Just tank everything.
Astra, the job never ends.
Oh yes, Syndicate.
Exile.
That's what I was thinking about.
It can't be.
You found me at last. Very resourceful, Jude. I too am resourceful. Witness. Mortal. Darkness swarms. Give in, June.
No.
Feel death's grip, mortal.
Please, no.
Darkness swarms. Darkness swarms. Feel death's grip, mortal. Darkness swarms. There's nothing that makes you feel so alive as death, is there? Now come to me, June. Let us see what your soul is made of.
My spirit is spent.
Hundreds of dead rotting soulless in the earth. What a meaningless waste. But your souls, yours will serve. Mortal. Feel death's grip. Darkness swarms. You try and try and try to break us, and yet the Syndicate is immortal. Do you think this will end any differently?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
How many did you send to an unexpected death, assassin? Look into my eyes. Goodbye. Your soul burns for me.
My spirit is spent.
Volamak! Darkness swarms. Mortal. Arise, my children. Feed! Death will never come for an immortal.
You're no immortal. You're a thief, nothing more.
Value from the people of Raycross. It is only fitting that you have something valuable taken from you. Your soul burns for me. Your soul burns for me. Your soul burns for me. Kulamak! Arise, my children. Feed, mortal. Darkness swarms. Feel death's grip. Mortal. Darkness swarms. Arise, my children. Submit. Let our souls become.
Feed! We must persevere. Too much hinges on this.
A potent soldier, Camario. But our cause was never your cause. For your service, I give you what you never gave your victims. A quick death. Your soul burns for me.
My spirit is spent.
Your soul burns for me. Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Feel death's grip. Arise, my children. Feed, mortal. Feel death's grip. Your hopeless cause will destroy you.
My cause.
What?
You are owed a warrior's death, but the needs of the cause outweigh your own, Vegan. I take no pleasure in this. Your soul burns for me. Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me. Don't do this, exile.
Stop!
You
I can bring them
still
back.
join us.
Joanna, I can bring
It's
your
your chance
entire
to bring back
order
anyone
back.
you've ever
Just
loved
give
or
me
cared about.
Shut up, then.
Nice.
Hello. Hello.
Godslayer?
Can do that. Boss is possessed. That's annoying.
My spirit is spent.
Ah, good stuff. I was dying for a bit of Biffo.
I never back down from a fight.
Fair fight. Not bad.
Where are your first ones now?
There's only one.
Death is what separates the wolves from the pups.
You should have given them the red mane treatment. Next time you see me, I'll be a new man with a new plan.
Witness the start of a new world order.
In the dirt, worm.
The Piranda's family.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis.
I believe in
not
Trevor.
Blessings. Hello.
My spirit is...
Oh, wow.
I can't do this just yet.
Ho, exile. Care for a scrap?
Watch carefully, exile. You won't
Go
see
home.
much else.
That it. Stay, dog. Impressive display, warrior, but not enough.
Death is not the...
Was that really necessary? Exile?
I expect you will come at us with a new strategy next. Blessings. Blessings.
This way, exile.
The fuck are those goats?
My spirit is spent.
Wait, that's the boss?
My spirit is spent.
Gale, wind!
I believe in treadling light.
Keg. Oh, keg.
Blessings. Cool winds.
My spirit is spent.
Oops.
Hello.
Is this worth something? Maybe not now. Earlier in the league.
Blessings.
Reduce shock is nice. It's nerfed, but it's nice.
My spirit is spent.
But his eyes are deadly seared.
A spot more. I may have it.
I expect you will come at us with a new strategy next time, Vegan. I look forward to it.
By the time we're through, no one will be able to tell you we're even human.
Strength in numbers is still strength. If the gears clash, apply more force. I should have known better. I'm afraid the only...
Go on, do it.
I am well acquainted with death. You've won the battle. I'm afraid the weak deserve death. I've seen your strength. Let's hope for some entertainment.
Cool wins.
Not bad. The armor is low.
A worthy opponent. My spirit is spent.
Know that we must purify those who stand in the way of our crusade.
I've been itching for a good fight. Mind if I jump in?
Expose our sins, exile. It's what we deserve. God welcomes all into...
When your team has a dud on the roster, you don't...
How about...
Better a deal than having to kill you, old man.
Fucking life regen, voilà.
spirit is spent.
It's branching, exile.
My spirit
Light
is spent.
is trying to spread. It's branching, exile. Hello.
Let's go Necropolis.
Oh, it's you.
Yes.
Split copy should sell, right? Ten alk, 20 alk, 1C.
Yes.
Two C, 3C.
May the tides of Soagoth wash away your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may allow them to grip their destiny!
What?
Yes.
Oh, it's you.
You again. Yes? You again. Yes. May the grace of Prospero relieve you of your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may grace them with fleetness.
Oh, it's you.
May the shine of Solaris burn away your anguish and aid this soldier so that you can sever the threads of corruption!
What?
Pretty bodies.
Testing my patience, exile.
Yes?
My spirit is spent.
My death was quick. Yours won't be.
Each cog must
Didn't even
turn
break a
if the
sweat.
machine is to work. Every time you kill me, I just come back stronger. I'm afraid the...
Well, this was clearly a...
Be careful where you step from now. I wonder.
Somehow, trusting this Riker Maloney feels like a mistake. Cool wins.
Solve this like men! With conflict, not cooperation!
My spirit is spent.
I guess we should to the victor go this. Strong and reasonable.
Hello.
My spirit is spent.
I'd prefer peace if I had the choice, but I don't. We should solve this domino sequence.
Better a deal than having to kill you, old man. Cool winds.
My spirit is spent.
Cool wind.
Yes?
Godslayer.
How's the trail?
My spirit is spent.
Another malcontent for the bin. So be it.
Too easy.
It seems to me that no job is worth.
Salah.
Solve this like men! Conflict, not cooperation!
The
Syndicate
knows
fights
no
as
limits,
one.
no law.
My spirit is spent.
Don't get back up, fiend. Stay down, Haku. Where are your first ones now, Ezamite?
I choose.
He plays too rough.
Ezone.
Did you see that, fiend?
It does not want to go to the...
Hello? Blessings. Exile?
My spirit is spent.
Behind every crusade is a bloody legacy the public never sees.
Let's get this one over with.
The crusade.
Please, not here.
God welcomes.
A fighter never...
I won't judge you for this, but how about... Not all Templars' old tactics are without their uses here.
Cool winds.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
Open up.
Waste away.
My spirit is spent.
Others say you've long helped this land, homie.
Shall we wait for your god, Eldrion, or shall we snare this exile ourselves?
Expose our sins, exile. It's what we deserve.
I'm sorry, Exile. I got distracted.
I'm trying hard. Exile, you're...
I expect you will come at us with a new Exile.
Another malcontent with a death wish. So be it.
Inspire me with your icons.
Assassin.
Wait. Again, we can arrive at the core.
If it's blood you...
I'm afraid the only option... I'm afraid you will only garner from me.
The Syndicate is not just... There could be no simpler exchange.
Hello.
My spirit is spent.
wear its skin like that? Surely it must be in pain. It will help it feel better.
Let's prove that the Syndicate has the might to make right! Kill me yet again. I'll return stronger. Thus, we evolve. The weak deserve death. You've won the battle, exile.
I choose an honorable death. You dishonor me. Imprisonment.
I've seen your strength. They'll never even suspect, boss.
Blessings.
My spirit is spent. My spirit is spent.
Nightmare prevails.
Void. Open. Open.
The light of divinity.
Struggle.
Nightmare prevails.
Void. Open. Run. Coffin. Void. Open.
Thanks. Hello.
My spirit is spent. A worthy opponent!
Look around you. This is the end of your journey, exile. The final. I have never felt so free.
Show me what you're capable.
Even I feel ill at the thought of what I plan to do to you. You may have claimed this victory, but we will rise again. You cannot win, exile. Not forever.
Oh, these are like possibly like cannot be frozen boots.
If you think I'll talk, you're sorely mistaken.
Blessings. Hello.
Freedom comes to... Remember, we do this for freedom.
I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna call it for today. I don't know. Yeah, for sure.
Hello. Remember, we do this for freedom. Yes. For freedom.
Salah.
Yes?
How's the trail? Now that you've had a glimpse...
I can still feel the cold creep of death when I close my eyes. Don't worry, you'll feel it soon enough.
My spirit is spent.
Kill me and prove yourself to be the same.
Don't make us regret this, Moodwind. Blessings. Keep your eyes sharp.
I still don't have the fucking onslaught mod.
Let's keep it simple this time, Exile. Try to best me.
That's crazy. One week into the league, you're in fucking red tier maps, doing fucking June mission and shit, and like you can't find one fucking mod.
Press display, warrior.
Victory must... All that glitters is gold. Or steel.
Void open. Outrun. Live longer. Atrophy. Live longer. Outrun. Void open. Health.
I can't do this just yet. Spirit is spent.
Did you wish to join the other corpses, exile?
Couldn't buy your way out of this one, could you?
Oh, what? Holy.
Cool winds. Cool winds.
Hello. For freedom.
Yeah. Wait. Said I was gonna call it like a word now. I was thinking about the build and what do I need? How much do I need? But yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. And I forgot to move my cam again. Unlucky. My cam. The fucking action shit. Anyways. Yeah. See you tomorrow.